From Councillor Gary and Councillor Ackland, and apologies for early departure at 9:45 from Councillor O'Malley. I will move that those apologies be accepted. Seconder, Councillor Walker. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, motion carried. We're starting the day, as I indicated yesterday, with item number 21, Local Water Done Well, decision on model shortlist for water services delivery plan, and we have Ms Carolyn Canton and Ms Nadi McKenzie, who will speak to the report. So over to you, team, and Ms Graham's going to... Opening comments.
Thank you. So, morning councillors. What you have in front of you is the next stage in our discussion about local water done well and where the council wishes to head and what direction it wishes to take. So, as the paper helpfully is titled, this is looking for council to make a decision on the shortlisted options that then staff will do further work on. So the staff are here, they will have some introductory comments, acknowledging that Councillor O'Malley has to leave early in May. So, over to you, team. Most of it will be information that is familiar, I think, to councillors.
Yeah, and on that basis, Deputy Mayor, happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
I just wonder of the different options about setting up the difference between setting up a single CCO and a regional multi-council CCO. In the papers there was a $5 million, I think it was, about setting up a regional multi-council CCO, and I wonder if there was a price, so to speak, for setting up a council CCO.
We don't have a specific price, but what we can say is that DIA are in the process of preparing template documents, and so we're expecting that that will reduce the price significantly in terms of setup costs. I think with a CCO, it's probably more the ongoing costs in some respects, in the sense that you have to have a separate board. Having said that, that cost is relatively small compared to the size of the assets that a CCI would own.
And my next question was just around price harmonisation. This is just looking at that regional multi-council CCO, and somewhere in there is a graph about the harmonisation of pricing, and I just wonder, does that mean that in effect, perhaps we'll just be selfish here, Dunedin might be subsidising other towns to lead to that price harmonisation, so everybody kind of pays the same? Is that what that means?
I think if you look at it mathematically, that may be true. In terms of what you receive from the dollars spent, I would say that's probably more of a different question and a different associated answer in terms of the value received by the communities. I think the large communities will always receive the greater value in so much as they will most likely have the more complex assets and the deeper challenges. But in terms of mathematically price per household, then there will be averaging, and harmonisation will lead to a unified price per household for the area served. And if some are higher and some are lower, then that will balance itself out.
If I could just add to that, the Deputy Mayor and I were at a Metro Sector meeting last week where DIA presented on local water done well, and the issue of price harmonisation was raised, and the clear advice we got at that point was price harmonisation is not a requirement. That was, well, yeah, so it's not a requirement, albeit it might be an ideal. And so just so that we are clear about that, and that's as it currently is intended. We still haven't seen the detail of the upcoming ledge either. At the same time, there was a discussion about the role of ComCom in the regulations, and there was a suggestion that customised price pathways are on the ComCom agenda. So
would that mean that price harmonisation would occur eventually?
It would mean that ComCom potentially set an agreed price pathway, which may or may not do that, but it would mean that the price would be regulated by the Commerce Commission.
My next question is just around why we need to shortlist 3 base models and the in-house delivery, the single CCO and the regional multi-council CCO. Am I given to understand that 2 of the Otago Southland councils have decided not to go with a multi-council CCO already?
Which 2 councils?
I thought that I'd heard it, so I just wonder whether there've been any, well, have any councils made any decisions about whether they're in or out of the regional multi-council CCO?
As I understand it, no formal decisions have been made about in or out, but some councils are in the process of committing to do more work on a regional CCO, so Central Otago have committed to that. I think Gore are committing to that, and other councils are all considering similar documents to these between now and Christmas. I think Queenstown have yet to consider it, but Queenstown are a high growth council, and so they have some slightly different criteria. They may not, for different reasons, want to be part of anything that is regional.
We're not playing a game of chicken, are we, with all of the councils all trying to make a decision at the same time? I'm just thinking about the timing of the decision, which is easier for us if other councils decide not to go in, perhaps.
My sense, and this is my sense only, noting that it hasn't been before elected members, is that more of them are looking to work collaboratively than not. The smaller councils in particular. But again, officers are still putting advice to their elected members around that.
And just, do we have to choose 3 options, or can we choose 2?
The minimum, excuse me, the minimum that you can choose is 2, because there has to be 2 that go out for consultation. But we're recommending that you choose 3 at this stage, because there are all of these ongoing discussions with other councils involving the regional collaboration. So we think it's too early to close that door, and from a legal perspective, in terms of process, we think it's also better to keep the 3 options on the table for now, and then do the detailed analysis and come back to you in January with the recommendation that it will either be to go out and consult on 2 or 3, depending on the analysis.
Councillor O'Malley.
Councillor Barker's pretty much covered them, but I do want to get back to the regional CCO. And the other one is, why is a regional cooperative model not there as opposed to the regional CCO? Because there is another model, which is that everybody runs and maintains their own system and then cooperates regionally for coordinated procurement and specialist services. But that doesn't have to be a CCO. So any particular reason to structure CCO?
Yeah. It's probably not 100% clear from the paper, but it is there. So what we're saying is that you have to look at the base models first, and then things like add-ons and cooperation and all that sort of thing, that's an add-on. So your fundamental model is, excuse me, in-house, that we're suggesting, in-house single CCO or multi-CCO. But with any of those options, you can have shared services. So, for example, if you're in-house, you can look to cooperate with all your neighbours.
But if you formed a CCO, you don't have the opportunity to not have a CCO. That's what I'm getting at. So the Otago Southland, I assume it's Otago Southland Cooperative CCO, would be structured as a CCO. It would have a board, it would have its own executive and all that. Well, then you've actually in a CCO structure. Whereas I'm saying Dunedin, if it was going in-house, which was not a CCO, it still can cooperate with Clutha and Gore and those guys in a cooperative model where the structure is quite loose. But if you start out already in a CCO, you can't back out of that.
That's true. So that's one of the considerations that you would be taking into account in January.
So maybe if we, in that model, we look at it with that, I'm happy enough with the 3 because we're at the analysis level. But in the Otago Southland Cooperative model, we also include whether it is or is not a CCO. Can we do that in the analysis?
What, if I can, I think that with the 3 base models, how and where cooperation might fit within each of them would be part of that analysis when the options are done. So us alone, for example, as an in-house, then you could look at what collaboration would be possible then. I'm
really backing this back down because if we go yes and we don't make any commentary about that regional CCO, we could in a year's time be told, you made a decision to go into regional CCO. And I want to make sure that we haven't committed that yet until the analysis is done. And so I'm really just want to be clear that I'm not saying don't do the analysis, but I'm concerned that, and it happens quite a lot, because people try to recall what happened at a meeting a year or two ago, and all they've got is the agenda.
Today is just a short list. The legislation provides a process, so it's just, and even when you get to the water service delivery plan, it's only your anticipated proposed model. There's options all under the legislation to still have that those discussions. And Carolyn and I had a discussion with the DIA, and they emphasised that the water service delivery plan can be an evolving document.
To Councillor O'Malley's point, though, I do wonder that we look to amend B slightly to cover off the fact that the analysis will include looking at where collaboration, how to structure things in a way that enables collaboration.
Or does even A need to be changed to a regional multi-council organisation without actually specifying that it's a CCO? Because if we, I think that's Councillor O'Malley's point in that resolution part A, by saying a CCO, have we
given
already defined?
Yeah, given where all the other councils are, if we don't look at a regional CCO directly, I think we have some challenges. But I think
we just change the word CCO to model.
Staff are trying to limit the amount of work, I think, or get some direction. You're happy to limit it?
Sorry. We have contemplated that you will want to look at add-ons, at the shared modelling and all the rest.
I want to add on the CCO, though. I don't want the CCO to be the base until we've determined that that is required to be the base. That's what I'm saying. So if we leave CCO in the actual item, then it's very likely that then all analysis will go just for a CCO. And so I want the wording reduced down a bit so our base point has not predicated an outcome before the analysis starts.
And that's what is contemplated by recommendation A. So we're looking for you to decide on a base model and what other things you want us to look at.
I think we change it to...
I'm saying that I don't want the word CCO in there for the base model for the multi-regional just yet.
We change it to entity? Will that work?
Yes, that works perfectly.
The whole point is it doesn't narrow us by accident at the start. Yeah.
Can I just clarify what's been said? You're only removing the CCO related to the multi-regional? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Got you. Fine.
Any further questions? I'm mindful of your time, Councillor O'Malley.
Back to when you go to the meeting in Balclutha and what was basically foreshadowed in that meeting in Balclutha would indicate that Invercargill and QLDC are unlikely to want to join a regional model, and that would mean, and Invercargill has a poor economic reason to do it because the Morrison Low report shows that its water bill is low all the way across, and that bill is so low that it's been looked at a lot because people are like, how can that bill be real? But it appears to be. So I would say that it would be very difficult for the Mayor of Invercargill, the Council of Invercargill, to say to those people, we're going to increase your water bill by 30% to join the entity. So I suspect they won't join. And as the CEO has pointed out, QLDC has a different debt ceiling because it's a high growth city, and there's an indicator from general talk of councillors there that they probably won't join either. So the decisions have not been made by those councillors, but it's unlikely that they will. So how will this entity, regional entity, then look if we are the only big player in it? That's a question for...
I guess the options work will show that.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I think the previous two people have covered off most of what I was going to ask, but I will ask stuff around, and I'm sure other people have got it in their heads. When I read this, I couldn't get the words December bill out of my head because it does sit there as a big unknown. you talked to it quite a bit in here, but is this one of the reasons perhaps for recommending looking at the three, because it gives us a bit of manoeuvrability with whatever happens with that December bill, because we don't know what's in there?
Yes, we're expecting the December bill to be introduced in the second week of December, and obviously there's a lot of content, but we're quite fortunate in that we have, unlike other times, actually had a lot of guidance, which is why we've been able to provide so much information on what is likely to be introduced. But yes, definitely the recommendation to decide on three is just preserving that flexibility and not ruling out at this point.
I'm picking up from your body language that you're not sensing there's any massive curveballs coming our way.
I specifically asked that at a conference last week, and DIA was very clear that they didn't say they thought that there would be no major changes from what has already been signalled.
And the other question as well, and it's probably, it may not be relevant for us, but in the general context of what all TAs are doing around this, have you any sense of what powers ultimately the government may have if it deems that any one of the TAs makes what it feels is a undesirable, unworkable decision?
The Preliminary Act has got provisions for the appointment of Crown facilitators and Crown involvement.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just so, sorry if I missed this before, but just if we put three options, can we go 1, 2, 3, like our preferred second and third, or not?
No, that's not the intention at this point. At this stage, it's narrowing it down to a pool of options that is manageable and feasible for us to do some analysis on. And then when we come back to you in January, at that point, you will choose what your preferred option is and what other option or options you want to consult on.
I'm a bit concerned about that because I know some of the smaller councils are quite keen to get us in a CCO, and if that's seen as an option, a very viable option for us, without having 1, 2, 3, then that could be jumped on, and I'm a wee bit concerned about that, and there could be pressure put on us.
So there will be options, but just not at this point. So when you come to consult with your community, as with any of these kind of things, council must have a preferred option. And so in January, we are hopeful that we'll be in a position to provide you with enough advice that you can make that decision.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I remember down my notes, I had another one around point 82, and it was the income tax implications that were mentioned in the paper. And I think the suggestion was if we wanted feedback on that, we could ask for it. Why would we or wouldn't we want that? Is it a big number? I mean, I presume it would be.
You're talking to paragraph 82? Yeah. It's just the point being made was at the time of the Simpson-Grierson analysis, they didn't have the guidance that the DIA have given. The income tax point has been described in the guidance, but what we're saying is if we need further tax advice, staff can arrange that.
Councillor O'Malley.
Just getting back to Councillor Barker's question about the costs of a CCO, and you mentioned the cost of the board, but there would also be costs of an executive leadership team and even a comms department and billing department and all the other things that go on. So do we have a sense of, as this analysis goes through, I assume that will be part of the analysis?
Yes, it will be.
I've got a question in terms of the Morrison Lowe report, which obviously looks at all the councils across the region, and that's based on the information primarily that's provided in the council's long-term plans. Obviously, we've provided updated numbers because our long-term plan is, we're still doing our next one. How robust do you think that preliminary analysis is? That's what my concern is, that you look across those councils and how robust, in your professional opinion, do you think that is?
not wishing to sit on the fence, but I think it's as good as it can be, in so much as we've had several years now of the new regulator. Regulator has clearly expressed what is required, certainly from a water point of view. Regional councils have expressed in terms of wastewater standards and stormwater. So I think that nationally we've got a pretty good handle on what's required in terms of asset management standards, regulatory standards. I think it's pretty good. Some commentators would say it's conservative in that it's potentially underestimating. But as we do here, we're looking at getting the best out of our assets. So there'll be a sweet spot. In roundabout terms, I think it's pretty good.
I did think it was conservative reading that, and I guess my concern is that, and obviously this will come out in January, that if we go down the multi-council organisation, that it is too conservative what the preliminary work is, and then how does the organisation balance all the capital requirements?
I've spoken to a number of chief executives about their level of comfort in some of the numbers, and there is some disquiet but amongst some of them about the accuracy of them. But as Mr Ward said, they're as good as they can be in the environment that they had, but some have raised eyebrows among the chief executives.
Thank you. Councillor Lafiso.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair, tēnā koutou. I'm not sure who this question's for. It's reference to point 40, engagement with mana whenua. So in terms of the analysis, mahi, that will be done, and it says here, or 41 actually, anticipated further engagement with Te Pai Māori will be undertaken in December this next month. But in terms of actually doing the analysis work with Te Mana Whenua, will you be more than Te Pai Māori? And I'm just talking about the time it takes to do that kind of analysis with mana whenua.
Yes, and obviously we would seek guidance from council as to what's appropriate for that level of engagement.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I'm just clarifying, if say for example we kept it, if we were on our own, can we, I'm just trying to work through that, could we be a CCO if we're on our own, or we have to join with someone else to be a CCO? I'm just trying to clarify that, sorry, that's probably...
Definitely a single CCO is the option.
I was trying to understand that. And so the option 2, that's right. Okay, so shared service arrangement. So that, can you just explain that when it says...
Microphone, councillor, please.
Oh, sorry, it's gone off. Thank you. And so if, say, we're a CCO and it's just us, for services, because we'd then be separate, would we then, if we want bill paying and all that sort of thing, would we then have to say to have a contract system unless we took on all that as the CCO, or would we contract back DCC to do that work? Is that the way we'd have to do it?
All options are on the table as how you arrange whatever. Say you had a single CCO, you could still have a management contract back to DCC to provide some services.
And is instead of, so the main advantage of the CCO format is the 500%. Is that, would you say that would be the main advantage of that, and the debt moving too out of DCC?
There are certainly key advantages, but we'll need to do a lot more detailed analysis as to the pros and cons of each of the shortlisted options.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So looking at the pros and cons, if we have a CCO, we can add on joint contracts and extra options, but I feel like we need to be careful. Is this a move towards amalgamation? The government's incentivised the CCO model, but I feel like we'd have very limited control. So the benefit is a scale advantage, and we'll be able to separate out council debts, make some headroom, and converge asset renewals. but it doesn't seem very straightforward or easy. So I wondered if you could just speak to what you think some of the pros and cons would be.
So I'll get that, because this is more around just choosing 3 options to shortlist and do the more detailed analysis. And so the staff haven't looked at in any more detail than is in the paper, the pros and cons of each. But that's what the purpose of the resolution on the screen is to give guidance on which options that you wish staff to work up. And based on the analysis of the long list, these are the 3 that we are recommending Council consider further. And then in January, we'll be able to answer fully, hopefully, that question.
I just ask another question about stormwater. So future costs might outweigh wastewater costs, and we tend to put these things together or contract them out to another entity. So if we retain the asset and then the work done was outside, we'd have to still deal with the Commerce Commission. That's right?
I think any model is going to have Commerce Commission involvement, right? Because that's what the government's flagging.
Yes.
It's one of the minimum requirements as pointed in the paper, regardless of whether you're a water organisation or remain a water service provider, which would be in-house delivery.
So what do we think about stormwater? Because it's so linked to our city planning and our urban design, you know, should we be keeping stormwater in-house?
That's part of the analysis for January.
But part of the reason that we have a successful program for Three Waters is because we have Three Waters dealt with as a whole. And so I would think that in the analysis we will really look closely at the benefits of having them all managed, however they're managed, but managed as a complete unit, because they are so interlinked, as you point out. It's nerve-wracking.
Councillor Houlihan.
What, sorry, this may have been asked, and excuse my, just to understand this. What, so if we're in a CCO, would the CCO have to, you know, buy the assets off DCC, or how would that structure work?
You can structure the CCO however you want. The the model that we've shown, that the analysis is on the asset owning, but there is other options to have a management like a management CCO as well.
Well, the 500% is still a debt, but it gives a bit of leeway. But the cost we would have if we were in a CCO to contract all that work back would surely cancel out the advantage of the 500%, wouldn't it?
We just can't answer that at this stage, because the work that needs to happen between now and the end of January is a lot, and it's going to be quite detailed financial analysis, so we really need to wait till January before we can answer those questions.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. We seem to have quite a few questions that require waiting until the investigation is done, so unless either yourself or the Chair of Infrastructure would like to, I'm happy to move.
Just wait for Councillor O'Malley has a question, so we'll just, and I think he had alluded that he might like to move it. So Councillor O'Malley, your question.
Oh, it's just follow up to Councillor Houlihan's question, which I now just need to get refreshed on because there was a slightly different answer to it. You asked, I'll forget it. I'll come back.
Around the asset.
Oh yeah. Commerce Commission would not tolerate us making the CCO buy our asset off us, right? I mean, in the end, if we couldn't sell it for profit, I guess is what I'm getting at. It'll be effectively a neutral transfer in some way or another if it went to a CCO. I doubt we'd be allowed to charge it more than it's worth.
We couldn't answer that. As I say, there'll be further. Sorry to repeat the same thing. There'll be further in the December bill.
Just really covering the point that if you form a CCO, like when we formed Aurora, you effectively transfer the asset over to the CCO, but you are still the owner, so therefore you own the asset, but you're not controlling it anymore. It's gone to the CCO. But there's no money transfer, if you know what I mean.
That's what I'm expecting to happen. Yep. And this will all become clear. And I'm sorry that we can't answer a lot of your questions more, but, you know, we have got the December bill coming out, and although we know that DIA has been excellent at providing us with guidance, it's not the same as having the legislation in front of you. So it's very hard to give you a definitive answer when we don't have the legislation. And I can't underestimate the amount of financial work that's going to need to go in between now and the end of January. There is a huge amount of work to do.
And if I may add, please, today is really about presenting the body of work that we've undertaken to date that represents the long list analysis and seeking your direction on the shortlisted options that we can legitimately work through between now and Christmas to present a paper early in the new year. So that's we're trying to whittle down to something that is now manageable for staff to proceed with.
Councillor Gary.
As I'm listening to colleagues, I wonder if we're looking at this in the wrong way, in that there are a number on the long list, and I'm interested in the ones that aren't there, the trust ones. Are there any reasons we should be considering those at this point? I mean, the short list is 3. We're not making a decision today. We've been told repeatedly that we'll get more detail then, so I'm satisfied with that. And a lot of these discussions seem to be related to that. Is there anything else you want to add on the 2 that have been dropped off the shortlist? Because I wonder if there's actually agreement around the table already that...
I can answer that. We thought that the direction we had around those options was that council didn't favour them because they essentially are privatising the water asset. So the option 5, I think, which is the consumer trust, would see them fully privatised, and that wasn't supported by this council. But I think, sorry. The other thing is, while we could work up as many options as you wanted, I think we have to limit the amount of work.
That was not the intent of my question. The intent of my question was that it seemed to me, Madam Chair, that we've got a consensus. We're just looking at it in the wrong way, potentially. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Now, I may have got this wrong. I had thought earlier that Councillor O'Malley had indicated that if time permitted that he wished to move something, but I know Councillor Vandervis has foreshadowed option 2, if I haven't picked that up right. Councillor O'Malley, I thought that you had indicated to me earlier that you'd want to move this if you had time. Yes, that one. But if this is lost, Councillor Vandervis has indicated to me that he would like to move option 2, in-house and single CCO. Happy to second. Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Malley, you'd like to...
Well, to Councillor Vandervis's option, to be honest, that probably is mine as well, but so if this was to loss, I wouldn't be upset. Because I actually just want to speak to the 3rd one probably more than the other 2. Well, no, I'll go through an order. So my feeling is that the order in which it's up there is actually is my personal preference of the order, because I believe that in an in-house delivery model, we will, or a single CCO, the entity will be exactly the same size. So there won't be any difference in terms of, there'll be no expectations of efficiency or anything else if you have a CCO or a council-run organisation, if it is in fact just Dunedin City's water. That's the first thing to look at. And in terms of that single CCO, there will be increased borrowing capacity if it moves into that environment, but it will also have increased overhead costs with, as we mentioned, the board and the executive team that would need to form, and it will be running its own billing and it will be running its own comms. So it gets more, I think it gets more expensive, and that expense would have to be matched with some efficiencies that quite literally have to match it, otherwise you haven't made the right business decision. So I'm not sure where you get those efficiencies from by just changing the structure when it's the same size entity. The multi-regional council entity, I'm quite keen, and I'd like Dunedin to be sort of leading this, is that I do think we need a Otago Southland cooperative arrangement of some sort or another, and I look at the Regional Transport Committee and Transport as an example of how that can work. Everybody goes there to that meeting and we talk about it in an Otago Southland strategic manner, but in fact we control our own roads in every council. So you can achieve an Otago Southland cooperative talking environment without the need to necessarily fully amalgamate anything. So it's up there for analysis. I'm figuring that when the analysis comes out, what you'll find is the weakness and strengths of each one of these models. And I am fairly confident that when that analysis comes out, the in-house model will probably be the one that looks best. But at this point, until the analysis is done, you can't necessarily make that call. We need to make this call now, though, because we do need to move on. And one of the things that I know that we have mentioned in the past, that is when we are talking about council cooperation, that's often done at the mayoral forum, and we have said that we don't want mayors going to the mayoral forum without council direction. So we've got to give our mayor the direction to go to that forum with. And it's essential that we, and I also think it's essential politically speaking, because Three Waters has been a mixture of economics and politics all the way through. And it is important for us to make our position clear now, early on, so that we can then talk clearly to the other councils and on how we're going to move forward. I am, with conversations I've had at about 3 or 4 different people down in Invercargill, I'm almost certain that they will not be considering to join because it just doesn't make any sense for them. If you look at their capital forward investment program, it's clear that at some point in the past they did a massive capital investment in their Three Waters, probably by accident from what I've been told. They thought they were going to be bigger, and so they built much bigger water plants. And I think they're actually reaping the benefit of over-engineering now. So with Invercargill out, then you've got to look at whether Queenstown will be in. I don't think they'll come in either. And if you look at the modelling, you can kind of tell that the other councils are already recognising that, because it's modelling down to if nobody but us is there. And I think for them, that might be a good model, and it's certainly the way they want to go. I think we need to be cautious about whether we would want to join it.
Thank you. The Chief just wants to say something before we have any further speakers.
And Councillor, just to remind you, and Councillor O'Malley was clear enough, that you need to make sure that you don't close your mind to options when you are speaking. So just bear in mind, councillors, you just need to keep an open mind until you've had full staff advice on the options.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
I actually had a question that was important when I asked a question about why we had to have 2, well, if we couldn't have 2 and we get a 3, was said that it was that we legally had to do 3. I'm just thinking about Councillor Vandervis's motion, because I would kind of support 2 if it's a whole lot easier work. But do we have to have 3 legally? Would that be correct? Oh.
No, you have to have 2.
Microphone, Carolyn.
Yeah. The statutory minimum is 2, and you can go to 2 now if you like, but as staff we're recommending 3 because just in terms of process it's the safest course, because we have got all of these discussions on the table at the moment. Having said that, if you are minded that you really don't think that a regional model is what you want at all, one of the things you could do is you could say, well, you want detailed analysis on the 2, and also on the regional model, but signal that you're actually not that interested probably in the regional model, and for staff not to put as much effort perhaps into that option.
Thank you for indulging me. I just had to get that question of clarification, because I am concerned about the amount of work that would go into having a regional multi-council CCO, given all that we've learnt over the past, oh my gosh, couple of years. How long have we been doing water reform? It feels like forever. That this looked like a really complex model, and one that didn't really have advantages to Dunedin City. So that's why I'm torn on voting for this motion. versus voting for the other. I certainly support us looking at the in-house delivery because I think we're getting good at that. The single CCO, I think we should look at the options around that because I think there's a cost-benefit analysis. However, the regional multi-council CCO, I'm quite concerned about putting a lot of time and effort into that, and I agree with Councillor O'Malley about looking at those shared services where we might be able to offer something there to help our friends in the region. However, for me, I am, and I'm not predetermined, leaning towards our council doing our work. We've had a long and complicated, and I've read everything, on the water services bill. And I think one of the real challenges is that water services bill is coming in December, so that's really challenging to us. It's great that there's no big changes signalled, but it's also a bit nerve-wracking about sometimes those things do happen. And also, I certainly take on board about this, Ms Graham saying that some disquiet the accuracy of the numbers in the Morrison Lowe report, and I remember we had two reports. We had the first one where Dunedin just looked very peachy, and then the second one where things were changed and it didn't look quite so peachy. So I'm concerned about those numbers that we're getting. But if we do a good amount of work and have a really clear focus on what we want from this, I think that's good. But I will be interested to hear the rest of the debate about whether I support this motion or another motion.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks firstly to our staff, actually, to all staff across all councils across the motu working on this. You have my fullest respect because it must be bloody difficult and way above my pay grade. Thank you for the reminder from the Chief, because all we're doing here, we're deciding today on a shortlist. It's very clear in the papers and on the various models. And I have a long list of views on the various models, but I won't articulate any of those now, but I certainly will do at a future date and in come January, February, March, when we have far greater detailed information in front of us. And I'm comfortable with this, and I like the change we've made to that first part around the CCO and changing the wording to a regional multi-council entity. And I actually feel comfortable with having the three. I currently have no preference, but I just really do want to reiterate for all of us around here, once again, how much I do feel for the staff. I don't know if anyone else picks up on the mighty pressure they are going to be under as we all toddle off to eat our turkeys and have a Christmas, because this stuff is coming at a really inconvenient time for those people working on this who have to keep up with the legislation. So whatever Christmas you guys can have, please enjoy it. And I'm more than happy to support this, and I hope it goes through.
Councillor Vandervis.
What we have today, I think, is a fairly simple decision, limiting what we're going to get staff to look at for a very complicated business. The reason for restricting what we get the detailed analysis on, I think Carolyn Canton has been very clear. There's an awful lot of work required for a detailed analysis. And we want that detailed analysis, and we want it for the options that really are flyers. And in my view, the $5 million regional CCO idea is not a flyer. And as Councillor O'Malley has pointed out, Invercargill's unlikely to join anyway, and it's hard to see what Queenstown would be keen in it for. The view that I have is that unlike in some other areas of council, I think we need to be fairly parochial about our water services. And the reason is that our water services are completely independent. Unlike our electricity distribution systems, which are all interconnected all over. And I do worry that if they are going to be regionalised, then our investment in Aurora may be compromised a wee bit the way our investment in Three Waters was compromised or planned to be compromised by the previous government. The idea that we can have significant savings by amalgamating water doesn't make sense because they're independent systems. But it does make sense if you look at the electricity grid, which is all very interconnected. Another reason I think why going for regional CCOs is a problem is that you've got Invercargill, for instance, that is flat, and it doesn't have the water pressure gradient issues that Dunedin has. So the whole design of these systems is actually really quite different. Different pressures are required in pipes for a hilly city like Dunedin. You just don't have it in Invercargill or Christchurch. So in order to reduce the work required by staff for detailed analysis, I think we can simply cut that work by a third and already at this stage discount the regional CCOs. Councillor O'Malley has already suggested that he wouldn't be particularly sorry to see it go. It might be kind of politically a good idea to say that we looked at it seriously, but I think we've had enough information already to suggest that we really are looking at single CCO or in-house. And if we can give staff that steer today, I think we can not only save them a lot of work, but then when it comes to making our next decision, we're going to have a lot less stuff to have to deal with. We're going to have a this or that situation rather than this or that or maybe that. So for these reasons, the in-house and single CCO is a decision that I would like to see made today. I recognise, and Ms Canton has kindly suggested a sort of intermediate situation where we could have a look at the regional CCOs but in not so much detail. But I think we're just going to discount them anyway. Financially, certainly, I don't think it makes any sense to spend $5 million setting up a new type of CCO, which, quite frankly, we don't have any real experience of and don't have any sort of history to show actually really works. What we have now here, we do know work. What we have in the way of our own CCOs gives us some handle on a single CCO here. Those are the reasons that I would like to see us get it as simple as we can now and just go for the two option.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with Councillor Barker and Councillor van der Vos. I would prefer two options. And mainly also because I think that is being fair to the other councils that are in the region. When they're trying to plan, they then get a very clear indication of what we're thinking, because otherwise they could sit there thinking and hope that we might do a regional when the likelihood of that is very low. So I think then they can move forward and plan with their own group or themselves or whatever they want to do. But I think we should focus on what we want, which is very clear. 1 and 2 are the options we'd prefer. If that was the case after not that we've got any predetermined decision on that, of course, but if that was the case. However, I do fully support us if we look at 1 and 2, is that we could, maybe we have a clause like Ms Canton was saying, that perhaps we would be open to contracting some work, in the region. Maybe we put that down or something like that. But I would fully support 2 options rather than 3. And if the 2 options came back looking terrible, maybe then we could have a proviso, okay, let's look at the regional, see how that weighs up now. But for work-wise and for a clear direction, when they're sort of areas we prefer, particularly if Invercargill isn't in. And Queenstown is is a very special, completely different council to anywhere else in the country, except for perhaps Rotorua, of course, with its huge number of tourists. So it has a very difficult situation to deal with there when they get such an influx of large numbers of tourists coming in using their infrastructure on a small rate base. So that, I mean, I think they really need a special compensation for that from someone, from ideally the government. But that would be challenging. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Without changes, our council's going to be very financially constrained, and there's several challenges that we need to overcome. Larger rates rises for 3 water provision, and the long-term plan projections suggest that this might double in 10 years. Otago is facing large investment required for expiring wastewater treatment consents, ageing infrastructure, significant population growth. The Morrison Lowe report suggests that we'll need to invest $4 billion in the next 10 years. So that means a rapid increase in borrowing to fund necessary infrastructure investment for 3 waters, and that will mean that some councils will exceed the borrowing limits imposed by the LGFA, and that would suggest for some councils that'll be a 3-fold increase in capital debt. For some councils, the situation is a little more acute than others. In the south, we've got another challenge too, where recruitment and retention of staff is an issue, and the employment market is obviously smaller here than the rest of the country. A CCO will save some money, and maybe we will be able to work smarter with shared contracting. Strategically, there's a range of options available to us, but we need to deliver water in a way that reflects its importance to the health of our residents, sustainability in a current changing climate, the economy and population growth. These are the challenges. The model we choose needs to respond to the local needs of our communities. It needs to be enduring and financially sustainable, efficient and effective, yet robust enough to meet capacity and capability. It's tricky, and I feel nervous about this, but I think without all the information, option 1 or 2 is going to be the best choice for us at this point in time. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. The CEO has said that we're not to have presumptions, we're not to make our decisions known. Well, in my head, I'm hearing quite a few presumptions around saying that a regional CCO or any form of cooperation is not the way forward. There's statements along the lines of "I think, I feel, I believe," which is great. It's good to have thoughts and feelings and beliefs, but until we've got proof and evidence and facts, we're making a presumption that we're the best at it, and there is and can be no benefit from a more regional or a wider approach. The staff recommendation is to consider all 3. They do not make recommendations lightly, and they have done so, I'm assuming, in full knowledge of what they're getting themselves into in terms of the workload to come. And they are doing so, I'm assuming as well, not to put words or thoughts in their mouths, but to make sure that we do due and fair diligence to give a proper, full analysis to the options that are the ones that are more likely to, I think the phrase was used, that are flyers, I think was the phrase. I don't think we should be making a decision on or based around lightening our workload or the amount of reading we have to do. If the staff are braced and prepared to give us the information on all 3 options, making sure it is a full and fair discussion, deliberation and investigation, we should be braced and prepared to read what they give us. I know we have the technical abilities and knowledge. It becomes abundantly clear whenever you talk to people, not just Mr. Ward, that the people in our team are some of, if not the best. So I have no doubt that we have the skills and abilities to be able to run it locally, but that doesn't mean that that is the best. Until we have the data, until we have the evidence, we are making a presumption, which is not something I would imagine we're really supposed to do. Presuming down to two of more or less the same thing, it's just a ownership issue at that point, is surely just still making a presumption on the one thing. So that is why I believe we need to have the third option to consider as well.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make my debate succinct and brief because we have a very clear motion in front of us, and this is not the time to be debating the pros and cons of, in my view, of each of those models. And I asked the question before about which of the ones we're discounting. Is there anything further to say about those? And I listened carefully to what the Chief had to say on that. I look forward to the detailed analysis. That's when I will turn my mind more fully to the pros and cons of the three different models. And no one so far in the debate, I don't think, has mentioned the Local Government Water Services Bill in December, which, although we've been assured that there's no curveballs coming, who would know with this government? And so we need to wait until January with the certainty of that legislation and the careful and expert analysis by our team of the three options to make our mind up and debate about that. And I think it's really unfortunate that we've had views expressed. I understand the good intent, but I think it's unfortunate that we've had views expressed about who's in and who's out, because we are not them and we are not the decision makers on that. And that will become clear as we go forward. So that, I think, will be abundantly clear in January, more than it is now. I am very happy to support this. It is really quite simple.
And I concur with Councillor Gary and Councillor Gilbert, is that we want to keep our options open and we need all of the information, and we also need to see what the legislation in December provides, and we don't want to get ourselves in a position that we've closed a door on any option. I think the lack of questions today shows how much reading and meetings and workshops that we've all attended and done, and that I think we are actually very informed at this point on local water done well. And I'd like to particularly thank the staff. I know have taken a lot of time to educate us, and I know you've done a lot of work, and I feel sorry for you as we all lie in the sun with our novels, and you're working your way through what I understand is going to be a hefty piece of legislation, and the work that was required between now and January. And I think we all appreciate and acknowledge the work that's going to be required by all of the staff to make sure that we are well informed come January to make the best decision and to put out to consultation so that the people of Dunedin can then decide at the end of the day what is right for our city. Is there any further speakers? Councillor O'Malley, Councillor O'Malley, you've already spoken, Councillor Hulan. Councillor O'Malley, you'd like your right of reply?
Your amendment wouldn't actually change the outcome. That's the point, because in fact the model will determine mechanisms by which we would execute the model, which is what your amendment was going to be. That's my take. Okay, quickly. First I want to say a lot of work's already been done. So when we're talking about, it's not like the staff are starting from scratch once they've got this direction. They're basically 80% there in terms of the work. And I want to thank staff and all of you councillors for all of the time you put into all of the meetings we've had over this. I am confident to say that we are probably the best informed council in Otago and Southland in terms of where this sits. To the point of checking all three, the fact is that even if you just confined it to one or two, we still have to talk about our relationship in the region. And so we still have to establish how we're going to work out our relationship in the multi-council environment. So the way I am seeing it, whether it's in-house delivery or an in-house or a single CCO, we still probably will end up developing relationships with the other councils in terms of service delivery and cooperative behaviours. So we will end up with some multi-regional entity regardless of whatever our business entity is. To the Morrison Low reports, I think you would notice that they differ from every analysis. And that's because modelling is just as much an art as it is a science. And The forward projections are always based on assumptions. That's how you do forward projections. I believe this will rise at this rate. And it's quite easy in a model to say, I wouldn't want this to look that good, so I'll give it 4% less than I would have, and I'll give this model, which I like, 4% more than I like. And that definitely happened all the way through Three Waters, where models were suddenly viable and the next time they're unviable, and it was basically looking at the same data set. So I think you have to take modelling with a real grain of salt. But it does capture, the theme is always the same, rising costs, different abilities to pay between different councils. The larger councils are in better position than the smaller councils. I think the analysis will now show us how well prepared we are for that. And I do think a regional CCO is basically Entity J in a different set of clothes. And we have an opinion on Entity D, which still is a council opinion, that we don't support them. So we're not entirely without council direction here on the multi-regional council CCO, because we actually do have a position on what was back then the old days of South Island Entity D, and we continue that forward in opposition to Entity J. Just remembering that in the background. And I would ask everybody to ask this question, well, how does a CCO save you money? That's not really for today's decision, but really, that's, I think, something for us to consider after January and when we go into the next. So this is just a point of analysis. I think the 3 points are good. I think they do focus us enough to where we are. I completely concur with Councillor Vandervis's points. I just think that for the sake of completeness, it was probably better to have the third analysis in there. Thank you.
I'm now going to put the motion by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Aye.
Carried 13-1.
Thank you, and thanks again to the staff. We're now going to do item number 9, funding for the hospital campaign. That we alluded to yesterday that we would take this, that's on page 57. And I've got Ms Sullivan, Mr West and Catherine. I'm going to speak to the report. Catherine's going to speak to. Catherine, have you got any opening comments for us? Any questions, councillors? Councillor Barker.
A question that I think I sent through earlier about it's on page 59, paragraph 14, about the total expenditure will now be $2.60 per ratepayer. And we spent $134,000 in phase 1. Phase 2 was another, was that $140,000 plus this perspective. Is that still $2.60 or is that $3 something per ratepayer?
So the $1.11 that we did was for phase 2. It didn't include, phase 1 was parked. So this is phase 2 plus the additional money. Yeah, but also it didn't include the initial 134,000.
So just clarifying, so that would be $3.71.
I haven't done the maths, but when we presented it last time, we hadn't included it either. So the $1.11 in that last paper didn't include the initial 134,000 either.
Councillor Walker. Any further questions, councillors? Okay. No further questions. Councillor Walker, you happy to move? We have a seconder. Councillor Gilbert.
And it should be per resident, you're right.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, and thank you to Catherine and the team who have been running this campaign. Yeah, this when we're spending money always raises a wee bit of a flag, but my view is that the public not only expect us to do this, but I firmly believe that the public also have our back and back us on this one. I think it's also important to realise that this proposed increase in the budget is not a target. It's a contingency that is being made available to us in case we have to move on news that we don't have yet. The best case scenario, of course, is that we don't have to use another cent because the government will, in its wisdom, see sense and fulfil its on-the-record promise it made in front of all of us New Zealanders to build the hospital to the agreed business case. That would be an awesome Christmas present for each and every one of us, an indication from the government that it's not into breaking promises. However, you can call me a cynic. I've been around politics quite a while now, and it's not anomalous for councils and governments to do things during a period when we are, as I mentioned earlier, slumped over our tables full of Christmas turkey or standing outside watching the fireworks. It's sort of the oldest political trick in the book, so I do have a sense that we may have some news a-coming. Therefore, because of this fund, we need to be all over any announcements that wind back what was promised, and make sure we're in a position to quickly react to any news that affects each and every one of the 350,000 people living in the south that will be affected by not going ahead with this project. Yes, it's a financial cost, but it's minimal to me in the overall scheme of things, and I certainly don't think, well, I don't know anyone who's going to object, whatever the number is, to a cost that equates to a very small dollar amount per ratepayer. And of course, the price of not doing this is way, way too enormous in my mind to even contemplate. And just as a final little, as I cycled in this morning, I came past what is starting to look like a depressing big space in our city with those piles sitting there, and it reminded me of a sort of a new forest, and the sort of baby trees are there just waiting to grow, and somehow they're being stymied. I really do hope that this space in the town doesn't become potentially the biggest white elephant in the history of New Zealand. So I fully support this, and thank you to the seconder, and I hope we get unanimous support for this.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will support this, although I don't think money is our issue now. I think we need to change direction. Luxon's clearly made it very clear he isn't going to support a budget over 1.9 billion. Riti is following the instruction of the Prime Minister. I don't actually think we're going to change their mind. But, however, where I think we can get traction is I think we need to change all our direction to target Right Honourable Winston Peters. Winston Peters has influence in that government. He is part of the government, and Prime Minister Luxon will listen to him. I think that's where we need to now direct this campaign, and I think we should call on our members of Grey Power in Dunedin and ask them to send a letter to Winston Peters, even asking him to come to Dunedin. He also promised Dunedin, excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat, that we would get a hospital to the design that we had originally promised, and Winston Peters made that promise at the time in the election as well. I think he should honour that, and I think every member of Grey Power and every senior citizen in our city, and Dunedin has a lot of senior citizens, Right Honourable Winston Peters, and many senior citizens vote for Winston. They like him. He's done a lot for senior citizens. So I plead now to you, Right Honourable Winston Peters, please remember your voting base is senior citizens, and Dunedin has a large population of senior citizens. Many of those need to use the hospital. Please fulfil your election promise and put some pressure on the Prime Minister to give us the hospital that we deserve and have waited for a very, very long time. That's where I think this campaign needs to go now. I don't even think we need any more money, but I will support it. But I think we need Winston Peters.
Councillor Vandervis.
Councillor Walker has said that the public expect us to do this. My view is that we have done it. We did it with the 35,000 march. We did it well. The Mayor fronted it as well as you could expect, and that we made our point, and that point was heard in Wellington. The subsequent town hall event, which didn't even half fill the town hall, and which we as a council didn't get the opportunity to vote on, it just happened, to me, diluted the impact of that first major statement in the march. For us to continue throwing public money at a campaign which I believe has served its purpose, and to keep campaigning rather as a vehicle for government bashing rather than getting the result that we want for the hospital, to me is a indefensible use of more ratepayers' money. I supported what we spent to get the march organised. I'm not supportive of spending any more, A, because fundamentally it's not our business, B, because trying to justify spending now $346,000 when and trying to justify it by saying that it's a small dollar amount by ratepayer, to me just diminishes the very sizable amount of money that we're throwing at a campaign that has already served its purpose. I believe further spending is not just unaffordable, but it's going to be fundamentally, it's going to actually detract from that really strong statement that we sent to government in the first place. I think that what Mayor Raddick's approach of also keeping back channels open and talking with Reti rather than just publicly against still has value.
Point of order, Madam Chair. We had an agreement that we would use titles. I was going to take a point of order earlier, but my colleague corrected herself around when we're describing politicians. It's not by surname, but they have a title. So disrespect is my point of order.
So I'll upheld that. We have agreed that we will refer to politicians by their title. Would you like to correct?
Is it Minister Reti that you would like? Councillor Gary?
That's not acceptable, and I clearly, I'll let you deal with that, Madam Chair.
Yes, adjournment for 1 moment, please. Second to Councillor Livy. So all those in favour, please say aye. Against. Thank you. I'll just adjourn for a minute. 19.2, and I'd ask the councillor to apologise for the way that he spoke to Councillor Gary, please.
I'm happy to apologise and happy also to describe the Right Honourable Member, Minister of Health, Shane Retty, as the full and pedantic title, which it now seems we are going to indulge.
Continue. Thank you, councillor.
Right, where was I? Which I think is the point of this vexatiousness. The 200,000 that we are now looking at as a further overspend, I don't believe is going to give us any real value. The overspend is gone too far already, in my view. You can make a point and it can be heard, but if you just keep making the same point, then it becomes something that is just simple repetition. The Prime Minister, and I hope that's his full title, has said that 1.9 billion is the limit. That seems to be fairly clear. To me, it would make much more sense to stop spending money on this campaign and instead have negotiations to see whether or not we can get all the facilities that we wanted for that $1.9 billion budget, which is a very substantial budget and 300 million more than the Labour government had budgeted for this project. So my view would be we consider the campaign a success, at least the major march part of it. I don't consider the town hall a recent thing to be a success, and that we then just put it to bed and not spend any more money on it.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Mention has been made of Christmas coming and people, I think it was leaning over, something to do with turkeys and relaxing in the sun and reading novels and all those sorts of things. It seems an appropriate time to point out that there are industries that will be working through Christmas, hospitality being one of them, to provide your turkeys and your wines and your bits. But the hospital as well will be working over Christmas and New Year, sometimes helping to fix us after we've celebrated too much, and sometimes to help us try and make the best of a miserable situation at a miserable time of year. And so part of what we're doing is fighting for those people and for the effect that they have and the benefit that they bring to our community. According to the Local Government Act, the purpose of local government is to enable democratic local decision making and action by and on behalf of communities, and to promote the social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of communities in the present and for the future. Now that is what we are talking about here as well. There is a potential that I'm going to develop a complex, because the amount of times I am somewhere or walk through the streets and I have people walking up to me in tears is starting to affect me. They are in tears because they are both overwhelmed with gratitude at the effort that is going in to look after them, and out of fear. Now, anybody who did attend the town hall meeting, for me, one of the quotes, there were several, but one of the quotes that struck me was, and unfortunately her name has gone out of my head, there was a nurse representative up on the stage, I want to say Anne, I'm not sure, and Daniels, thank you. When the question from the floor came, paraphrasing, how do you feel about things now? And she was scared. She's petrified as she gets older and is facing the likelihood of needing the health system on a more regular basis. She's terrified. And so it's for emotions like that, with emotions like that, that people are coming up and and talking to me. Also talking to Mike Waddell and Pam Munro, I think is his surname, who drove Cliff, have been driving Cliff and drove Cliff not only to Wellington but also back and down the coast. Their comments of the support that they were getting all through their journey in terms of not just what it means for the city, not just what a promise actually means, but also there's the representation of the national voice of, first of all, everybody is aware, and if you're not, then open your ears, open your eyes, read a newspaper, talk to people, that the health system in this country has been broken for far too long, but also that what is happening to us in Dunedin is an indication of what's going to happen to others in the country. People are being thrown under the bus, such as Nelson, Whangarei, Tauranga. There's support in Nelson. Oddly enough, you don't drive through Tauranga to get from Wellington to Dunedin, but we know that there's support in Nelson because they are seeing what is happening with our proposed hospital and are seeing that as a shadow of what will happen to their proposed hospital. So I'm in full support of this, and to me, I won't feel the campaign is a success until we've got the hospital open and it's accepting its first patient.
Councillor Wiley.
Really, when you look at the overspend and everything else, it's a drop in the bucket compared to what the government is spending on consultants to basically do nothing. And when you consistently see the reports on what they're doing and talking about and everything else, for what purpose, I sort of get very frustrated. If we choose to finish the campaign and choose to not advocate for any further in the way that we have been, what message does that send to the community? What message does that send to our residents? What message does that send to the wider region? And I think Councillor Gilbert was right in quoting the Local Government Act and what we are here to represent the community. This is about the healthcare for every resident in Dunedin, and hence I see it as the appropriate use of ratepayers' money, and yes, for the southern region. Even this morning on national radio, talking to Mike Hoskins, the Prime Minister made reference to the Dunedin Hospital, and he uses the figure of 1.9 billion. Actually, he also uses the figure of 2 billion, so let's keep pushing for the 2 billion, because that's the figure that he actually told me personally when he was last in town, and he made a mention that it was 2 billion, so that's what the figure should be. The bottom line is, we're here to represent the residents of Dunedin. And if this isn't worth representing the residents of Dunedin on, I don't know what is. Because this is going to make the biggest impact to our city there is. And when I was talking to the Prime Minister, and when I was talking to the Leader of the Opposition, when he was sat in front of us, I tasked them both. The longer they stop and push pause on building this hospital, the longer the rest of the Dunedin economy will stall. Because while no construction is taking place on that site, there are people not working, there are services not being provided, there is activity not happening. And there are a lot of other construction projects that are paused until something starts happening. So it is not just about building a hospital, it is about people's lives, it is about our city's future, and on and on and on. And guess what? The people of Nelson, Tauranga, Whangarei, etc. are all watching this, and I bet you they do not want us to stop either. They want us to keep the accelerator down and keep going. And to be honest, if there's members of the community that are concerned about us not following through on this, I would like to hear what they think of their healthcare service and how they affect, the current services, and also the mental strain on our healthcare workers, and that is the impact it's having on them, because the wider healthcare community, as others have alluded to, are also under dramatic pressure, and it is taking a toll, because I guess what they would love to be doing is by now working in a new hospital that is actually first grade, not leaking, and servicing the community.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there was ever an item in the public arena that everybody that I have met agrees on, and I'm sure this is the experience of all of my colleagues, I know it is, the hospital and our fight for the hospital is absolutely clear in the community. And I, like others, have had people approach me and they have thanked us for doing this work. And it's ironic, isn't it, in a time of really tight fiscal restraint, that spending money on this campaign is something the community can accept and are comfortable with. They want us to do this. And as Councillor Wiley said, if we were to stop, what kind of message would that give to our community, not only the receivers of healthcare, but those who deliver the healthcare? And I know, and we have discussed the morale in the health sector in Dunedin, and it is at a low point. We saw in today's Otago Daily Times about the leak in the building in a surgical equipment area. These stories keep coming and they don't get any better. And I want to acknowledge the team who have done a lean and mean job on making sure we get value for money with the budget we've allocated thus far for the campaign. Councillor Walker is right. We've got to be alert and ready over this holiday period, because we know what happened a couple of years ago just as we were breaking for Christmas. And so for me, the budget is about that, making sure we're ready. And to the point that Councillor Vandervis made earlier about the campaign that served its purpose, I would say it hasn't served its purpose until we secure the hospital. So I am very comfortable with signing off this budget in case we need it over that period. We have to be successful at this. We just have to. Healthcare is something, no matter what your political stripes, everybody has to access healthcare at some time. And for some in our community, this is a daily issue. And if you've ever had a loved one in dire need, then you know what that's like. And anyone in our organisation who has a long-term illness, any of our whānau who have a long-term illness, we know what that's like, how important the quality of care is. And as a PS, Councillor Vandervis, I refer to you as Councillor Vandervis, not Vandervis or Liwa.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here we go again, 26 days on from increasing the budget by 146,000 to today being asked to extend the budget by a further 200,000. If we vote to increase the overspent today, we have to put the $346,000 into context. It amounts to about 2 days' wages for our council employees. Backing down before the government makes a decision is simply not an option. Save Our Southern Hospital has and is doing a great job, being the concerning voice of our southern citizens. And during the campaign, we have had an increase in the budget to $1.9 billion. However, in this instance, dollars should not be the focus for both our campaign or the government's. You can't put a price on health. The focus needs to be our voice to demand a fit-for-purpose tertiary hospital for the entire southern region. And until the final decision is made, we must continue our campaign. You know the chant: build it once, build it right, build it now. I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for those of you who haven't read the Otago Daily Times this morning, this wasn't a rain leak. This was an internal leak of some kind, bringing down a ceiling in one of the rooms where sterile equipment is stored. And if ever you needed and yet another illustration of why a new tertiary hospital is long overdue, it's the constant failure of what people have to put up with now. Problems in theatres have been going on for decades. We know there's problems with the structure of the building. We have people arguing for retrofitting a building while it's operating as a hospital, really. It's sort of the analogy of, I think someone said at the town hall meeting, it's like changing the engine on your car while you're driving it. I mean, these things are absurd. The greatest obscenity of all of it is, and it's got to be pretty great to top the, we'll sell the new building to pay for a big one, which has been floated. But the greatest obscenity, I think, for most Dunedin people is the fact that more than $200 million has already been sunk in the Cadbury site. The piles are there, the building is ready to go. Sooner or later, the nettle needs to be grasped and the fact realised that some projects like this type of project do not have a stop point or a pause point. We do not have appropriate health care in the southern region. The whole of the region relies on the tertiary hospital in Dunedin. Even the people in central Otago who've been a bit lukewarm at times because they want their own big hospital, realise that the wisdom of Mike Hunter is what they need to think about. You cannot have super specialties in little hospitals all over the region. And as for the suggestion that the campaign has served its purpose, what errant claptrap. This campaign will serve its purpose when the hospital that we are entitled to, which we have been promised, is built. And that's on the Cadbury site, providing the high level of specialist healthcare and appropriate facilities for staff and patients that we as New Zealanders are entitled to. What I've noticed, and I noticed it in Wellington while we were there with the ambulance, is that this campaign has morphed into a nationwide campaign of concern about what Councillor Gilbert referred to as a broken health system. We cannot possibly consider not continuing this campaign, and we must continue it until we get the goal that is achieved. Not unreasonable to have decent health care as promised by the government at the election time. And you see, I've read the letters from the National Party voters who are highly annoyed that they voted for a government, and a lot of people who weren't National Party supporters, no doubt, because of the undertaking that the hospital will be built to specifications. It's an outrageous cop-out, and I, for one, am not going to support backing off and sending a message that we're all happy.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. To quote Tom Petty, I won't back down. I'm happy to vote on an overspend, and it's not often that I will say that. If we include the previous campaign and this campaign too for the hospital, $3.60 per ratepayer. What does that buy? An ice cream? Not even a pie. I think if we asked everyone across the region what they'd rather have, well, that ice cream's just going to melt in their hand, isn't it? I will not put this to bed, Councillor van der Vis. There aren't enough beds. There wasn't even enough beds in the first design for the hospital. Councillor Gilbert said we're talking about the future, the well-being, economic, emotional, mental health and physical health of our whole region. If we break the fund down, underinvestment in health and education has gone on too long. I sit here to advocate for our most vulnerable. If everyone who is suffering from health issues, battling for their lives, those people suffering from cancer, those people waiting for surgery, people in pain right now. We're talking about a tertiary hospital, and we've got doctors and nurses and surgeons and students who are also suffering, working in appalling conditions. Staff are under the pump. It's a crowded space, ridiculous waiting times in the emergency department, leaks, surgical waiting lists that are years long. I spoke at this table to our local MPs about a woman who endured 4 days in the maternity ward with no hot water post-birth. This is not a third world country. I am not going to stop fighting for the services that we need. Not just build a hospital, but build a hospital that is fit for purpose. We cannot settle for less. The piles are in the ground. The plans have all been done. If we want to talk about wasting money, then 5 different consultants looking for a retrofit of the old hospital. What an insult. No way, not on my watch.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It was a bit scary on Radio New Zealand this morning to listen to a comment that David Seymour, Minister, might be looking to privatise the health system. And that was pretty scary. I didn't hear the rest of the story, but it was enough to strike fear in me and worry about all of the people that we are fighting for. And I support this money because we need a fighting fund. And we do know what happened 2 years ago, just before Christmas, which was seen by some as an early Christmas, an early Christmas present, but was actually pretty horrific. And we've been fighting for 2 years. I was handing out postcards on George Street the other week and just thinking, oh my gosh, this has been a long and tiring fight for us, but what about all of the people that work in the hospitals, and we absolutely owe it to them to keep fighting and to have that fighting fund there as well. And people have asked me, when are we marching again? So I think we just need to put that idea there. I do agree with Councillor Houlihan about targeting Winston Peters, because I do believe that we need to target the decision makers. Sorry, Deputy Prime Minister Winston Peters. He hates liars and broken promises. And I think we're looking at broken promises. We've had lots of people coming down during the pre-election period and promising us the hospital to be built to spec. And I think that it's a good idea to target Deputy Prime Minister Winston Peters, because I think that he, as said, he hates liars and broken promises, and let's go for that. But I also think that we also need to look at the oversight, the process in an advisory group. In the report it says, ensure there is oversight actually from the Chair of Audit and Risk Subcommittee, and ensure decisions on expenditure in the campaign are made without conflicts of interest, favouritism or bias. And I do want to consider about how we have an advisory group for this. I know there is a kind of casual one that's met once I was in the meeting, and I do understand Councillor Vandervis's frustration perhaps about council oversight and some of the spending, and I'm definitely available for an extraordinary council meeting over Christmas to think about how we might fight what we might expect perhaps as those early Christmas not presents. But to be ready, I think that money, it's good to have it sitting there. I think we're up to $480,000 altogether, but I do believe that the citizens of Dunedin, the people that certainly come up to me and thank us all for all of the work that we did, especially at the Town Hall rally. If you're hearing people chant, build it once, build it right, build it now, and feeling that passion in the room and the upset in the room, and we are absolutely here to do the right thing, and the right thing is to keep fighting until we get the hospital that was promised.
And I have to agree, and until a decision is made, we cannot give up. We've gone this far, and we need to keep the pressure on. We do not want the government to think that we are accepting the position. We know they're reviewing all options, and we need to be ready, as other speakers have said, they've previously announced just before Christmas, we need to be ready to fight. And if it's early January, we know the decision is imminent, and until we get what we have been promised, we owe it to the people of Dunedin. And I'm like fellow councillors, no matter where you go wearing your T-shirt, I put it on pretty much every day, whether you're in the supermarket, in a meeting, whatever, people are thanking us for keeping up the fight on behalf of the whole of the region, and I think it's important. And it's, I mean, every day as we walk past the window of the information centre and we see the counter going over of how much has been spent, it's just appalling, and it doesn't seem to matter what colour is in government. They have not done the people of Dunedin any favours. We would not be in this position today if previous governments had actually done what they had promised us. And Deputy Prime Minister, when he was here in June before the election of last year, as I quote from the Otago Daily Times, he says, "We committed to a comprehensive new hospital here, not this nickel and dime thing that the Labour Party is serving up to you now. We had promised that a new hospital would be built. It was a proper comprehensive hospital with the training wing and academic facilities that go with it. Why would you accept anything less?" And I think we need to, whatever MP there is, we need to put the pressure on every single MP that is in government to actually build the hospital that we have been promised. So with that, unless there's any further speakers, Councillor Walker, would you like your right of reply?
Round the table commentary. Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll start with you. You're right that at the moment it is the thing I get asked most about, and it's constant, and that's a good and a bad thing. And you're right, we can't give up. And Councillor Barker, I'm glad that you share my Christmas cynicism, and it wouldn't surprise me if something comes over that period. And you are right that we need a fighting fund. I'll try and cover everyone. I'll go back to the beginning. Carmen, thank you for your usual passion. And you may think the government's mind won't be changed, but it certainly won't be changed by us doing nothing. I think we should remember that. And whatever we need to do, we need to have the resource set aside to do that. And Councillor van der Vos, protest doesn't end because you think you've done enough, but those on the receiving end of protest, and I say this from experience, desire one thing, and that's protesters, in the case of this one, 350,000 Dunedinites and Southerners packing up, shutting up and going away. So, and that's often the policy of companies or groups. I mean, it is an internal policy because I've been on both sides of it, is to just wear people down and eventually they'll go away. And I think we aren't going away. And the Prime Minister, and also still on you, Councillor van der Vos, Prime Minister, I think, is unwisely. I think it's a bad political move to go out publicly and tell us that 1.9 billion is the limit. I think that's just unwise strategically and in anything. But at the same time, and I've heard it a number of times in RNZ, we've had other ministers from the government being interviewed saying that you can't put a price on something, whatever the subject is. And I think, as Councillor Weatherall quite rightly said, you cannot put a price on health. So I find that contradiction a wee bit worrying. So the government a wee bit wants its cake and wants to eat it. And also on the town hall, may not have had the numbers of the march, but I think you can rest assured that if there is an announcement that in any way suggests that the bit of land I referred to earlier is to remain there with the sprouting trees, I think 35,000 will seem like a small number if news like that ever breaks. I think another march would be something that would be demanded of us, and those numbers would look like a birthday present for the government. Councillor, sorry, I've got codes here. Councillor Gilbert, the town hall was actually Linda Smiley, as the person you were thinking of, who was on stage, and she's experienced and absolutely is not being hyperbolic and in stating that she's terrified. And this morning's ODT, as Councillor David Benson Pope reminded us, with the more bits of the ceiling falling down is evidence of that. Councillor Wiley, you're right, it's a drop in the bucket compared to the cost of consultants doing nothing. I like that commentary, but it's sad, but it is true. And you asked what message doing nothing from now sends. And I think it simply just sends a message of abandonment. And I don't think the public want to be abandoned by us. And Councillor Gary, yes, this issue is a unifier. And I think the public do want us to fight on their behalf, as do the health workers and everybody else attached to the build. And you're right in pointing out as well that the staff have made a very good use of the budget to date. I think we've underestimated how well that money has been spent. And Councillor Benson Pope, yep, the greatest obscenity of all is that there is $200 million worth of work sitting on the ground ready to go. And I just say, seriously. And the campaign has morphed into a national campaign. I felt that in Wellington, and I felt it since around healthcare in general, and the gross underfunding over many, many years by all governments. And finally, I'll wrap up here with Councillor Mayhem, who quoted Tom Petty, and I'll quote another Tom Petty and say that if we do keep fighting, something good is coming. Excellent.
And with that, with no quotes, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Oh, division, sorry.
No, recorded, please.
Division. By division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary. Aye. Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Aye.
Carried 12-1.
Thank you. And with that, we'll take a 10-minute adjournment. Seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you. And we're with item number 10, the Heritage Action Plan Advisory Panel Draft Terms of Reference, which is page 52. I'd like to invite Mr. David Ward and Mr. Mark Maudsley to the table to speak to their report. Thank you, gentlemen. Any opening comments?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No, happy to take questions.
Do we have any questions on this report? No questions? Yes. Okay, if there's no questions, Councillor Barker indicates she's happy to move, and Councillor Gilwood has seconded. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Option 1.
Yes, I'm moving option 1, approves the terms of reference. Yeah. Just like to say thank you to the staff for working with us to put the terms of reference for the advisory group together. We've been working hard on the Heritage Action Plan for, it seems like, forever. Last year we okayed the plan, and this year we're going to approve the terms of reference for the Heritage Advisory Group. Yesterday, of course, we had someone come to public forum and talk to us about toothless advisory panels. However, I feel that it's really important for us to be working in partnership with people who actually have knowledge of this. And I think that when you look at the terms of reference, you'll note that there's actually some key people or some key positions in there. There's developers, professionally based professional tradespeople, and then member of the International Council on Monuments and Site, plus the Southern Heritage Trust and the Heritage New Zealand Pohuri Taonga are in there as well. So I think it's a really well balanced group, and I look forward to our first meeting.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Item number 11, Strategic Walking and Cycling Review. Mr. McLean and Ms. Benson, and who else have we? Ms. Chapman and Mr. Handwork? No? Thank you. Would you like to speak to the report?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Happy to take questions.
Do we have any questions, councillors? Councillor Vanderbiss.
It says under recommendations B that the capital funding for the Aotearoa Dunedin Pathways Plan is not provided for in Transport's draft capital budget. Elements of the program will be included. Given that the capital funding is not provided for, is it hoped that there will be capital funding arriving down the road, or, I mean, why are we keeping on with things that are not being able to be paid for?
Thanks, Councillor. We're not carrying on with things as such. That'll be a decision for Council to make. It's not provided for predominantly because there's no co-funding available for this. However, Council have asked that we put forward a high and medium investment packages for zero carbon, so they'll be included as a component of those packages for Council's consideration as part of the 9-year plan.
So funding for them would come through the zero carbon rather than the normal transportation capital budgets?
Correct. If Council decided to fund them, that's the paper that they'll consider it, but we haven't included it as part of our transport-based budget.
Councillor Gehring.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McLean, first of all, page 73, thank you for being very clear that Peninsula Connection is not finished. That was helpful to see that very clearly stated. However, the paragraph 30 on page 76, and I understand that the unfunded sections have never been, were never going to be funded by Wakakatahi, but I just wonder if you can clarify. When I was reading this through, I was a little confused about the fact it's not included, and yet I understand that it's never going to meet the Wakakatahi requirements unless there's a special fund. So I just wonder if you could articulate that, Ms. Benson. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. So we haven't included that because we will do it as a standalone paper in January above our transport-based capital, and we'll bring that to you at the end of January. And you're right. Prior to that, it had always been assumed there'd be no Waka Kotahi co-funding, but it is to be brought to you as a transport paper at the end of January for your consideration.
And so just checking, and that's the report that was to come in December but is coming in January. So just to check with you we know it's largely a safety improvement project from a transport perspective, so that's the lens that you're primarily putting on it. Am I right with that?
Yes, safety and resilience, yep. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be careful here. I'll probably not ask too much today because I found this paper in all quite depressing. But in defence of staff, and Councillor van der Vos' question answered my first question, that decisions obviously we can make around this will come to 9-year plan, correct? Yeah. A lot of what I perceive as depressing in this, I assume emanates from the new direction given by government in terms of, in essence, its disappearance of supporting, other than work underway, any new cycling and walking projects nationally. Is that largely, that's reality, isn't it?
That is correct, that the current GPS removes all funding largely for walking and cycling improvements that are not committed.
An obvious question which impinges massively on some of those things that we were assuming would be progressed if it was BAU. I mean, if the government hadn't changed. A lot of that stuff we would have been able to progress because we'd have got co-funding for it.
Anything that was a standalone project needed to go through a business case process and meet a decision gate, but particularly with walking and smaller scale cycling improvements, many of them sat in what was called the low cost, low risk program, which has not been funded this time.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just thinking about it refers to the integrated transport strategy, which I note is from 2013 and is supposed to be updated every 5 years. According to it, and this is an important document as it's the umbrella document, is there a plan to update the integrated transport strategy?
I'll take that one. Thank you, Councillor. My transport colleagues will give you a range of really good technical transport reasons why it wouldn't be a priority right now. But however, setting that aside, we're not currently resourced to undertake a review, so the answer to that is no.
So getting the resource, is that a decision for councillors to make budget-wise, and is that coming to us?
I'm carrying, as are a number of teams, I'm carrying a number of vacancies across the transport team to try and offset increasing costs. So if it was council's desire to progress that, then we would look to recruit into that, but I would also be looking at what were the priority positions and pieces of work before I'd land on that particular piece of work.
So my next question is just, have we got statistics on increasing cycleway use in Dunedin? I know we report in the annual report on this, but I was just wondering how much the numbers have grown.
We do have a network of cycle counters. It's quite hard to get an overall trend because we've had a lot of problems with the reliability of the counters. Counters been installed at different points in time as new bits of infrastructure opened. There has been what looks like an overall increase that's relatively low, but particular parts of the network we've seen quite significant use of.
I just asked this in context of where we put our investment, we love the bang for the buck. So I asked earlier if we're getting a copy of the Ōtepoti Dunedin Pathways Plan, and I was a bit surprised to see that it was more of a business case, because we have, I've been a bit excited about getting the Pathways Plan, the walking and cycling plan, and what I see as a business plan, and it said that it was it would set out a vision for Dunedin's future walking and cycling network, and I feel that the vision is missing from that document. I wonder, is there an opportunity for councillors to have some input into the document or discuss it?
So the work was originally going to provide two parts: the program business case to unlock the NZTA funding, and then the public-facing plan. Work was put on hold earlier this year while we waited for greater certainty about what was actually going to be achievable. Once we have signals from the 9-year plan deliberations about what is likely to be fundable, then we're going to restart the work on that plan.
It has come up in here, but I guess my concern is we are being asked to do a lot of cycleways, and my, I guess, educated opinion is that there's gaps in the city's structure. So does the options that we've been given, the hierarchy, does that reflect the key issues within the city around the gaps, the bits that are missing to enable people to actually cycle safely in the city, before we look at other trails from the north, from the south, from the east, not from the east, the west, perhaps to the city?
So within the original program and the program business case, those longer distance trails were part of the overall network vision, but not necessarily the program that would be funded, because we would look for whether there's other sources of funding or trusts to develop those. The program focused on activity centres and schools. So the focus, when you look at that, does become on the central city first, followed by some of those larger kind of clusters of activities and schools. The pared back version is very much within the missing links within the central city and getting to the central city.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Going back to, excuse me, Councillor Gary's question around point 30 and the lack of inclusion of the Peninsula connection and the Waldronville to Brighton. Yeah, see, you know where I'm going with that. What's happening with the Waldronville to Brighton? I'm assuming, is it going to appear on the same report, or is it getting its own separate report?
So I'll just refer back to Councillor Buck. I want to make it really clear that in the Strategic Walking and Cycling Network, the focus has been on the NZTA funded cycleways. The NZTA pay for things that they want, and they want people to did want people to commute to work, and that commutability is within a certain distance. For example, when we were talking about the Mosgiel to Dunedin cycleway, 13 kilometres as a commutability range was considered really high from an NZTA perspective. So they would pay for commutability from the areas closer to Dunedin, which is why we've been focusing on filling the gaps that exist between longer area cycleways or between the suburbs closer into Dunedin. As the strategic walking and cycling program shakes down, the one to Waldronville may be considered if it had the numbers, but logic would suggest we're going to get better bang for buck in terms of filling the gaps closer to town and creating networks closer to town than creating cycleways further afield.
I don't know why I'm surprised that 13 kilometres is considered too much, given I've read a report which says nobody wants to walk more than 400 metres. So what was my question? So it's ostensibly it's around numbers, not safety, because the reason for the Waldronville to Brighton is safety. It's not for aesthetics. It's for the safety's sake. It's not for commuting numbers.
That's a very difficult question for me to answer, but essentially numbers are important. Safety is definitely valued, but it's the numbers that you can get into town.
Councillor Walker.
Sorry, I'm frantically typing questions here. Couple. Sorry, if you want to. Oh, okay. Yeah, a couple of things I want to just wind back to the counters situation, because I think that's really important here, and I'm perplexed, and I don't know if Ms McLean wants to answer this, to hear that they may not be working efficiently, because I can sit here till I'm blue in the face telling you that cycling is increasing, and I know it is, but I can't progress anything policy-wise by saying I think it is. So I'm sort of dependent on those counters. So what is the issue with them? Because I know where they are, most of them in the city, and I pass them often. So why are they not working? If they're not working, what are we going to do about it? Because we need data on this. Otherwise, you know, my back's against the wall enough anyway, but that puts it even further against the wall.
I can't speak to the reliability of the technology. I'm very familiar with walking and track counters, and they're notoriously unreliable, but I will find out about the transport-related ones. However, we do have the statistics, and I'm happy to circulate those around. We've got 6 sites monitored, so I'm happy to circulate those.
So those statistic sites, how are they monitored? How are they different from counters?
So we have the counters, and those 6 sites are where we have had counters in place for more than 5 years. A lot of the counters have been in place for a shorter amount of time or have been moved, therefore we don't have sufficiently long trend line data to actually say clearly whether it's increasing or decreasing, because the overall number appears to increase, but how much of that is that we weren't previously counting cyclists compared to whether they are new cyclists.
And I won't, but I will talk about the counter on the cycleway off the shared path to Port Chalmers that is now so overgrown and hidden in foliage that probably doesn't work. But that's another point. Second point is going back to, I think, something Councillor Barker asked. And yes, there are massive gaps in the network. But we've got to remember 2 things, and Ms Benson, you'll know this. Cyclists aren't a homogeneous group, so they do different things, and I think we don't understand that clearly enough. In terms of the fiscal constraints, as has happened elsewhere, particularly Europe, who have the same fiscal constraints, they moved back, and I think quite cleverly, to utilising, quite rightly, the slow streets. And I know we've talked about this over the years here. Is that something we're considering? Instead of looking to build multi-million-dollar integrated infrastructure, the slow street network not only is cheap, it can easily be done, and it really suits the differentials that exist amongst the cycling community.
One of the challenges we have currently with implementing a slow street approach is that it generally requires traffic speeds of 30 kilometres per hour or less, and the government's new speed rule is proposing to reverse a number of our existing 30 km areas and make it harder to implement new ones. The program always intended that a proportion of the network would be slow streets.
Recognising that outside of the, and it's, I know it's important to include Wakakatahi in this, but slow streets, despite the speed, can still be slow streets based on the type of user using them. People power can rule and create a slow street.
From a technical perspective, there's a safety concern with trying to promote a slow street approach without the speed limit.
Councillor Vanders.
On page 77, 37 paragraph, it talks about Queen's Drive improvements to support work led by Parks and Recreation team. Is that a walking or cycling or both? And does it relate at all to the proposal we had earlier where there was going to be a level cycleway run through the whole of the green belt?
So it relates to walking and cycling, and we are working with the parks team because as a result of their Town Belt Reserve Management Plan work, there's been an identified desire amongst the community to have a cycleway link across the length of the Town Belt, which would also support commuter journeys. So we're working together on that.
Will this Town Belt cycleway result in the reduction of already reduced parking along the green belt and Queen's Drive in particular?
I might dive in here, Councillor. Without knowing the route, it's too. We couldn't say at the moment. The work Parks and Rec are doing, and I recall the debate not very long ago and the discussion about it, and it was described as a horizontal cycling route. It wasn't well worded, that particular thing. It's a one end to the other, utilising a lot of pre-existing road rather than just cutting a line in a horizontal fashion across the town belt, and I think that's where things got a little distracted. But without knowing a route that utilises existing infrastructure, it would be too difficult to say whether any parking was affected.
And where is the proposed budget to come from, and do you have an idea of the quantum of the budget?
Anything mentioned in here that would require a capital budget will come as part of the zero carbon high and medium investment. Whether that ties in with the Parks and Rec stuff on the town belt, I'm unsure at the moment, but there is no budget for it at the moment.
And no idea of the quantum, despite the fact that you've already got the concept seemingly well advanced.
The program business case was a high-level network view. It does not have individual concepts by street, so it's not a designed facility. And as Councillor Walker has alluded to, different types of facility can have vastly different costs.
So to answer the question, you don't have even a rough quantum of what the Queen's Drive improvements might cost?
We have a very basic estimate within the business case, which we could get, but it is a rough order of costs of a kilometre length.
Great, and what is that?
I don't know that from the top of my head. I would have to go back and check the detail within the business case.
Any further questions, councillors? No? Thank you for answering all our questions. Someone would like to move the resolution? I'm happy to move it then, a seconder. Councillor Gary, thank you. Any speakers to the motion? Councillor Mayhem.
This is frustrating. It's one step forward and then we're backpedalling. We implemented lower speed limits around schools and activity areas, but there's been a significant shift in the government's priorities and the general economic climate. Productivity, road maintenance along with economic growth have been prioritised. Many of those lower speed limits have been reverted to 50k zones. There's no co-funding for new walking or cycling improvements in the National Land Transport Plan. It's just a shame because we'd worked on the Dunedin Ōtepoti Pathways program to identify our network priorities and connections with the existing routes and interrelationships with our other DCC work programs, but I'm happy to see that we're including a few improvements around the city, Vogel Street, Queen's Drive, the Tunnels Trail, but it's falling well below what our targets we were wanting for an active city. I guess there's no other options at this point, so sadly we need to accept the situation.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for the report. I mean, it's often, it must be tough writing reports when you know, they're probably not what you want to put in there, but hey, I'm only speculating. I read this and I was quite disappointed when I read it, and I just want to make it clear that's absolutely no reflection in any way on our tremendous staff who can only work with what they have legislatively, what they have fiscally, and what they have in a direction sense from us in a policy perspective. And I'm smart enough to realise that in terms of the money, that currently or at the moment, there's probably not the will around this table, rightly or wrongly actually, to spend money where it may be required more urgently elsewhere, and I think there's a good argument for that. Hence my mentioning to Ms Benson and others around perhaps looking a bit more cleverly at those low-cost alternatives like slow streets that have really have happened primarily, and I'd cite Europe because that's where it's happened most, and they emanated out of that shortage of money or will and having to look at alternatives, and they've sort of landed weirdly on an outcome that suits in many ways the gaps that need to be filled in the network, going to Councillor Barker's point, which is pertinent, better than they probably would with clean-looking, perfect jigsaw-y fitting bits, which weirdly doesn't. It suits a very small demographic of people who've probably not cycled before and won't risk going onto the network, but it doesn't really suit people who are people like me actually, who are really used to biking around cities, because you'll ultimately just find the easiest way to get from A to B, and safety doesn't really play a factor. So there's a weird thing going on amongst users, and that applies to walkers as well. That's why we have people who walk differently, people who run across quick highways, blah, blah, blah. So I just think we need to look a bit more cleverly, because whether we like it or not, we're not going to find the tens of millions needed to do stuff that would look perfect on a poster or on a map. Also, the paper sort of red flagged a real threat to our zero carbon work. If you really read into this, it happens in a lot of papers we're getting now. There's that sort of Damocles hanging over a lot of the zero carbon work that was planted in the past seems to be being threatened now, and I really think that stuff should be sacred. And I just don't, I just see this as another of many. I'm not picking just on this one, but a bunch of papers that just are starting to chip away at that. That wonderful strategic goal we have and the desire we have to be a great wee small city in a world context. And don't worry, I'll keep doing what I'm doing. I'm gonna cycle wherever you put up any barriers. I'm going to keep doing it. But we need to, and that takes me on to the counters. Actually, that worried me because whether you believe cycling is increasing or not, it is. It's increased massively. I started cycling here 22 years ago, and I could count on one hand the other cyclists I meet around town. So it's absolutely increasing, and it's going to continue doing so, and that's just because of the fiscal environment in which we exist. People can't afford to travel in the way they did. The fact that Dunedin is a wee bit friendlier and safer to do so, and the sort of advent and the popularity of things like mountain biking and BMXing for young'uns, and they're getting onto bikes more quickly. So it is increasing, but I really want to urge that the counting system is correctly set up so we can monitor the numbers, and people like me can sit here not speculating but looking you in the face and saying we now have 18,000 people a week cycling, blah, 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 instead of me saying I think we have lots more cyclists. So that stuff needs to be corrected. It shouldn't be a costly thing to do. And I was in Queenstown recently, and they, at other cities, have on parts of the cycle trail, you actually go through a counter, and it's a LED light of how many people have gone through that in a day. And that's the sort of thing we should be doing to make us proud of the fact that we are growing as a cycling city. Thank you for indulging me, Madam Chair.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Walker said it shouldn't be a costly thing, but the truth is, it is. The paper states very clearly that if we were to go ahead and fully implement the costs, it's estimated to be $1.6 million, and that's based on 2023 construction cost estimates. Now, I fully support the Tunnels Trail. I think that's a great idea, and I hope somehow that can keep moving forward. There's difficulties with lack of Waka Kotahi funding for that, but hopefully that can progress. However, slow roads and cycleways left, right and centre taking away parking, I mean, we've got to live in a reality here. If any of us, and I believe all of us probably have by now, had a visit to Carolyn Allen's office, who is our finance manager, and seen the budgets, it's a hard, cold look at reality. There is no money for this. And the thing is that some of these things were put in the budget, which you think, oh, it's in the budget, that's good, why isn't it being done? The truth is it's not being done because there wasn't money there to do it. It was put in the budget. Why? I mean, it was ridiculous, quite frankly, that these things were put in the budget initially because there wasn't money to do it. It's pie in the sky. We've got to come down to reality, because the truth is we've got quite a lot of things that were put in the budget but no costing was done to say, oh, can we actually afford it? The truth is we can't. When you see our budgets, if anyone wants to grumble about what I'm saying, go and look at the budgets again. We cannot afford it. I mean, and I'm afraid it's going to be tough. This LTP is going to be tough. The budgets are tight, and we need large changes to, even with an interest rate of 10% every year for 10 years, we're still not meeting our budgets on certain things. We're going over on our limits. So that's what we're looking at. So I'm sorry, but while it would be lovely to have some things, there's no denying it, but the reality is the money isn't there.
Can I just point of order? I take it that's a rates just for a clarification, she meant rates rise of 10%, not interest rates. Interest.
Yes, I think you're correct, Councillor Whiting. Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
I was very pleased to hear Councillor Walker go on at length about his view on what has value and his talk of small demographics. I agree with Councillor Walker that if we are going to have cycleway counters, they should work and they should give us accurate stats. And I have shared his frustration that we don't have those accurate stats, especially since there's been a lot of false counting on a lot of these cycleway counters. And what I don't share is Councillor Walker's optimism that these stats will show very significant increases in cycleway use. As someone who traverses the one-way street on a daily basis and has bemoaned our decade-long now loss of car parks as a result of a largely unused cycleway there, I look at the amount of money that we have spent on cycleways, the tens of millions that have gone into, I think it's 100 millions now, gone into the Peninsula Cycleway, for instance, called the Peninsula Connection, before Councillor Gary gets up. That money was actually one cycleway that I voted for because I could see the value in having a much improved road as a result. But then we did the, I think, completely ironic thing, and that is that having made the road so much better and having got a very, very generous cycleway so that cyclists didn't have to go on the road, despite the lycra-clad ones doing it anyway, we then went and massively lowered the speed limits so that you had this enormous frustration going out to the peninsula of having to go down to 40 k's in areas where, quite frankly, you could do 80 without any trouble at all. I really like the idea that the new government is productivity focused, as Councillor Mayhem has just bemoaned. The fact that we as a council, in fact we as a city for a long time now, haven't been productivity focused has meant that we have ended up with a lot of the well below New Zealand average statistics. And if you go back to the 2023 economic development data that we had in our last major meeting, you will see that Dunedin productivity is below the national average, and most of the other stats are below the national average as well. If you look at how we have spent money, especially in the last 10 years, and the value that we've got for it, I welcome the new government productivity-focused idea where we're not going to be spending money on things that some people around this table see as being extremely important. I think it was Councillor Walker who said that the zero carbon work, and he sees all these cycleway spending as zero carbon work, should be held sacred. I think I've quoted it correctly. To me, this indicates that it's not just ideology, it's religion now. Cycleways and saving the planet has become religion, and there's no limit on the amount of money that you are going to be able to throw at these things, even despite the fact that, first of all, in the interests of your personal health, you're 10 times more likely to be killed on a bicycle than you are in a car per mile travelled. The idea that somehow you're saving the planet by spending tens of millions or hundreds of millions now on cycleways that need an extraordinary amount of asphalt, an extraordinary amount of diesel, an extraordinary amount of all this other stuff, concrete, in the case of all those islands that we've got going up and down the main street, up and down the one-way street system. Where is the carbon footprint of all that concrete and all that asphalt actually calculated into saving the planet? To me, it is not a value proposition to be spending money on even more cycleways. As I said, the one around the harbour I was quite happy to vote for, mainly because that cycleway doesn't cross any intersections, and not crossing any intersections, it's possible to make it relatively safe. Just about everything else to me is asking for trouble and not representing the vast majority of our people in this city that use a vehicle out of personal preference, out of economy, out of not having time to cycle, out of wanting to be able to carry goods that you can't do on a bicycle. So
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
I'll just quickly address the statistics of people that have no-car households in Dunedin, which is in item 13, because I actually thought that was very interesting when we, in context of strategic walking and cycling. The average is about 10% of people who don't have access to a car or no-car households. In some suburbs, go up to 36% of people that don't, this is mainly the inner city, that don't have a car in their household, so we have to ask themselves how are they going to get around the city. And one of the key things that we focus in is making Dunedin, the most livable city in New Zealand. So I do think that we have to put that lens on when we're discussing strategic walking and cycling, because we are here to make it easy for people to have access to many modes of transport. I was disappointed that the Uri Dunedin Pathways Plan wasn't there as an appendix, and I asked for it and got it, and there was a whole lot more information in it, which was really helpful. And I had been really looking forward to the Ōtepoti Dunedin Pathways Plan because it had been talked about the strategic walking and cycling plan, and I was excited that we would have a vision for the city. And when I look at the document, it's very technical, so it's got its investment logic mapping, and I think there's that real challenge between what's our aspiration for our city, that it's easy to get around and people have access to different modes of transport, and then also what are the problems that we're trying to solve. So I was very interested in looking at this and seeing what the problems are, and there's a weighting of 40%. Problem one, pedestrians and cyclists have not been prioritised, resulting in disconnected and poor quality facilities that expose these users to harm, and that's the number one problem that we're trying to solve. Problem two was walking and cycling is inconvenient and unattractive, resulting in low uptake of these modes and poor health, social and environmental outcomes. And problem three, dispersed land use and deficient public transport means walking, cycling and public transport are impractical for many journeys, resulting in suppressed demand for these modes. And I think when we're putting the problem lens over it, we also need to think about those people that have no car households. So this is a great technical piece. It tells us where we should be investing to get the bang for the buck, but I also want us to think about putting a lens over that about what is our aspiration, that everybody has, I guess, equity around transport choices in the city and the ability to get around. And that's why I've been asking questions about things like, I guess, the Tunnels Trail Trust and when we get people into town, are they able to actually cycle around town? Are they able to walk around town? We absolutely have to consider that we are getting that stuff right first. I also just concentrating on filling the gaps. That's my key thing. And I also wonder if we should look at some other funds. I know there's tourism infrastructure funds that come in as well. So it would be good when we're looking at some of these things just to have that lens on it. Did ask questions about the cycling numbers because I think that's really important. It was disappointing to find out that perhaps we don't have the best counters in the world, and maybe we need to invest in those, because I also think that would help put forward our case to NZTA, because it won't always be the way that it is, and things change as well. So I did enjoy reading the report. I did enjoy reading the Ōtepoti Dunedin Pathways Plan. I do wonder about how councillors get to give input into that plan. It's said that the plan was going to set out a vision, and I can't see a vision in there, so I wonder if there is an opportunity, and it's a pity the Chair of Infrastructure isn't here to just put that strategic walking and cycling review in its place. And that's also why I asked about the integrated transport strategy, is that we need to, Mr Mayor was here, he would say, make the city flow. So I think that perhaps we just need to put our thinking caps on around this.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to address the staff first and say don't lose heart. I'm trying to think positively about this. It is very hard. And I concur with Councillor Walker. And Councillor Walker, I remember in those early days when we were first in local government around how far we had to go with cycling and how far we've come. It's really important that we continue to keep a program and a plan there ready to go. As Councillor Barker has just mentioned, things won't always be the same politically, and we need to be ready to go. And we know that some of the trusts and groups around the city are looking for creative ways, innovative ways to get their bits done. And we know that funds come up from time to time, and just to remind colleagues who don't seem to understand perhaps that in order to be eligible for any kind of fund, be it Wakatahi or any funds that pop up from time to time, has been before, they need to be in our plans. They need to be in our plans, Councillor Houlihan. So it isn't wasted, it's really important that's the case. And also just to address the issue around, the comment around cycling, either cycling or car. I would suggest to you that many people in the city do a combination. We walk and we drive our cars, and some of us cycle, and some of us do two of those. So it's not an either or. If anyone's in any doubt about cycling increasing in the city, then let me tell you what I have seen in my community where I live with an extensive program that, yes, was around safety improvements on the peninsula. We've got a world-class facility, not quite finished, but getting there, and we will finish it. And let me tell you what I have observed. Cycling and walking have increased markedly, extraordinarily. So every night, if I'm driving home in the dark, even at 11 o'clock at night, 12 o'clock at night, there are people out walking their dogs. There's people out having a stroll early in the morning. If I'm leaving really early, same thing. Children use it. People in wheelchairs use it. People who could never access before. So it's given choice to people that never had choices before. And people are commuting to work on a regular basis. That is a fact. That's not pie in the sky. That's not aspirational. That is actually happening. It's a fact. And I wanted to just tell you about two people I had interactions with recently. One was the newly appointed yesterday afternoon CEO of Presbyterian Support, who has come to live on the peninsula. And she's come from another place, and she could not speak highly enough of this incredible facility we have and the opportunities that it gives. And a health sector manager who in the Signal Hill management plan submissions, this person is involved in recruiting for the health sector here in Dunedin and set out in extensive detail about the importance of, in particular, that was around the mountain biking tracks, but other cycling tracks, for attracting people to this city for highly skilled roles. It was absolutely clearly articulated from her detailed experience. So let's remember that. And as to the speed limits, it's made it safer. It's made it safer for people to walk and cycle, and we're not having the accidents we're used to. So while some councillors around the table may think that's all a waste of time and you should be doing 80 kilometres an hour, let me tell you, I'm delighted not to be woken in the middle of the night with an accident outside my home that used to happen on a regular basis as people speeded, and and I'm also no longer fearful of a child getting knocked over and killed. So that's the reality, that's the fact. And I really commend the staff around, pivoting and changing and being agile as the political cycle changes. It's highly frustrating. I understand that, but we need to go with the flow, find ways around it, fill in the gaps. That's a great strategy. Finish what we've started. You know where I'm going with that. And do what we can to work with what we've got. We will get there. We need to have the plan there, the program there, ready to go. I commend your work.
Councillor Gilbert.
Where to start? First up, safety. According to Transport New Zealand, in 2022 there were 104 fatal crashes of cars. There were 19 fatal incidences or crashes on bikes. Of those, 18 of them were involving cars. Now, given how many times I've nearly lost my life on the bike, by the way, I wasn't biking 5 years ago, so at least my wife and myself have added to the numbers of cyclists in Dunedin. But of the times I've nearly lost my life, it has never been, believe it or not, because of my stupidity nor the actions of other cyclists. It's been because drivers have, for some inexplicable reason, seemed to drop some of the lesser known rules in the road code. The ones like red lights mean stop, and stop and give way means stop, and look around to see who's coming. Don't look in your wing mirror before you fling your door open. Those sorts of things. It's always been around drivers, not cyclists. And in terms of not being able to do groceries on your bike, again, I beg to differ. I do it on a relatively regular basis, Councillor Vandervis, so you can absolutely do.
Point of order. I never mentioned groceries on the bike. I said carrying goods.
I'll just take an adjournment for 1 minute. Second to Councillor Lovisa. All those in favour? Thank you. I thought he did say Karen.
There are several things to mention in terms of, we often point to overseas in terms of trying to look to overseas trends as to what's going to be happening here. Well, overseas, the daily trips on cycles are going up. Belgium's 8% of daily trips are made by bikes. Sweden 9%, Germany 10%. The Netherlands is 27% of daily trips are made by cycles. And the last comment I would make is that if, as has been pointed out, that the reference was made to cycling being considered or referred to or likened to a religion, well, if that is the case, then I would have said that car parks would be one of the older religions.
Are there any further speakers? Just a brief right of reply, and I'm pleased to hear, Councillor Gilbert, that you're obviously a very safety-conscious cyclist, not like the cyclist on Saturday morning who chose to weave his way up the one-way, not choosing to go in, turning right or left as he dodged in and out of cars. And I did wonder for his life and his choice, whereas the cycle lane was completely empty and he could have gone along much more quickly. So I'm pleased to hear that you are very safety conscious. And in Councillor Barker's term, I do think that what the staff have done is about bang for buck, and we just need to realise that without co-funding for cycle trails, we need to be very pragmatic, and we can't afford, in the current environment, cycle trails, and we just need to be prepared that when things change, that we can then perhaps look at funding our share of the cycleways in the future. And just to your point, Councillor Houlihan, that there is work being done this current financial year on the Tunnels Trail, and the Tunnels Trail Trust are working alongside staff to get as big as bang for the buck of the money that we've got in their budget, which I'm pleased to hear. So with that, I would like to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
No, recorded, please.
Thank you. Motion carried. Item number 12, Hearings Committee recommendation on dog control bylaw and policy review. Councillor Ackland will speak to this along with Ms Saville and Ms Gray. Would you like to come forward? Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pretty much everything is in this report. Obviously, this was a required update of the dog control bylaw and policy. Councillor Mayhem and Councillor Houlihan joined me on this particular panel. We were well supported by Ms Saville, Ms Gray and Mr Dunn as staff guiding us through the things that we needed to take into account. Our biggest focus really when it came to making any changes was safety and the protecting of wildlife. The majority of submitters were supportive of the recommended changes. There were one or two that we recommended that the status quo remain, but in the main the changes weren't huge. A lot of them were actually just bringing certain things into line. I never realised that the Dog Control Hearings Committee was something very similar to a parking hearings committee, because no matter what you do, people are going to like it and people are not going to like it. And we certainly learned that on the way through with this one. But I think in the main, we've got things as close to, shall I say, dare to say fair and equitable as possible. That's really all I've got to say, Madam Chair. I suppose the questions.
Questions, yes. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I've really only got the one question. I was very pleased to see the removal of the requirement to display the poo bag. It never seemed to make sense to me that, and given anyway, I was happy to see that. My question is, in fact, on the same page, page 29, introducing the limit of 6 dogs a person may have in their charge. Not worrying about the number, that's fine. My question is around the in their charge. Given that there is already significant confusion over what having control of a dog actually means, I'm wondering if you could explain what the reasoning was for using the in their charge, which is likely, I would have thought, to lead to even more confusion.
The Dog Control Act sets out specific requirements for someone to be considered an owner of a dog, and that includes if they're the registered owner or if they had the dog in their possession, for example, for taking it for a walk. So in their charge would be that definition.
But by just saying in their charge, it simply means that they are, as you say, in their possession, for want of a better expression, but it doesn't actually indicate the in control, or are we just assuming, again, my point is that there are so many people who don't understand that in control means in control, not at all, normally comes back when I call it. So my nervousness was around the laxity of that, that's all.
So we would consider anyone who's taken more than 6 dogs out to have that number of dogs in their charge. So if 2 people went out with 11 dogs, that could be split between them. If we've only got 1 person, then the max they can have is 6 without that written permission. The person might have permission to have 7 dogs at a time, or they might have 12. It would depend on our understanding of their control. We haven't got the permit conditions yet. So that would be something that we're looking at, is them being able to show that they have control of however many dogs that they have in their charge at that time.
Councillor Eklund, did you want to answer that as well?
Yeah, I was just going to perhaps explain a bit more as to what we were considering around that, and that quite simply is that the Act says that you must be in control of your dog, whether it be on leash or off leash, at all times. And what we heard throughout the submission process quite simply was one of the biggest problems was not the dogs. It was the dog owners who just blatantly disregard the rules and just don't seem to care. That's where the danger comes. And I don't think we're ever going to beat that completely, other than do the best that we can when it comes to signage in various areas, and doing the best we can publicly to remind people that they have the ultimate responsibility when they've got their dogs out.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the growth industry of dog daycare and walking services, which are popping up everywhere around our city, are there limitations on those people that provide those services? And is it the intention of council to require them to be permitted to offer those sorts of services?
So the permit to take more than 6 dogs wouldn't be dependent on them being a registered business. It could be anyone who's choosing to take more than 6 dogs out. So the majority of people who are going to need to apply for this permit are going to be professional dog walkers. That was the feedback we got in our consultation, that most of the people who were providing feedback were dog walkers or owners of dogs who went with these businesses. So it will affect them mostly, but it could be people who aren't professional either.
So there's no wriggle room for professionals doing that service. You're going to limit them to 6 dogs?
Yeah, the bylaw and policy will affect anyone who's walking dogs.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure I'm not the only councillor who's received some fairly detailed lobbying about some of the decisions in respect of Woodside, Glen and Ross Creek in particular. My initial reaction is that I think those recommendations for change are ill-advised. However, what I wanted to ask was, should that proved to be the case, and that those areas or others where there has been an off-leash change do create difficulties, what is the process for reverting to the present status quo?
The issues or complaints or what have you that come in after a bylaw is in place would be monitored, and they would be flagged for the next review. They are things, complaints and issues that we take into account at the start of a review. We did thorough early engagement as well as the formal consultation to get a good feel for the way forward. So
concerns that people have articulated to us turn out to be real, and the monitoring supports that. At time of the next review in 10 years, things could be revisited, or could it happen more quickly than that?
So the bylaw has to be reviewed within 10 years. If there was basis for early review, that could happen. Yeah, but complaints and issues are monitored.
Councillor Eklund, did you want to answer that as well?
Yeah, just in relation to the likes of the two areas that Councillor Benson-Pope just raised, Woodside Glen, all we consulted on was bringing the paper roads in line with the other areas. So basically saying that the paper roads, which nobody can see know where they are, that to make it easier for people to know what to do and what not to do, that dogs could be off leash. The one thing that was made very, very clear throughout our deliberations is that Mountain Road, which is a formed road, which was one of the concerns of some submitters, was definitely dog. And I think we're going to try and do something to make that clearer with signage and so on. And so when it came to some of the concerns raised by submitters wanting to change a lot more than what we consulted on, our hands were tied. As you, Councillor Benson-Pope, highlighted to me through another hearing earlier in the year, or was it even last year, that we, as a hearings committee, cannot make recommendation on something that wasn't consulted on. And so that's where the challenges come there. And it may well be that some of those things that were raised can certainly be part of the next review.
Councillor Gehry.
Thank you. Was any consideration given when the panel was considering the change to the central city around dogs and adopting the proposal, and that's the recommendation of the hearings committee? They've got to be on a leash, and they've got to be attended to, and they're not allowed to be left tied up. Did anyone, was there any consideration given to the impact on the disability community or the elderly in that? Was that within the scope of what you considered?
I'll get that. Definitely. Consideration was given to that. In fact, that was probably one of the particular areas of the most discussion, because the community was quite split between whether dogs should be allowed in the CBD or not. And there was greater support for dogs to be allowed in that area, and a lot of the commentary that came from submissions was convincing enough that so long as there were restrictions and rules in place, that it would be appropriate to allow the change.
So 2 subsequent questions. I wanted to know how that worked with the 6 dogs rule. And you got 6, I've often seen people with 6 dogs on a leash on the walkway, cycleway, and how that works with people, with older people and people with disabilities. How does that gel together? Because you know what it's like with the long leads and things.
What we found from the submissions from our dog walkers around the 6 dogs on leash rule was that the majority of the people who were submitting the dog walkers who are going on the walks, they're not doing that within the central city. They tend to be going off onto the beaches or the tracks and the trails. There are 24 dog owners in Dunedin who have 6 or more pet dogs, so those would be the ones that we'd probably consider if they might bring them into the octagon.
There are people with disabilities all over the city, not just in the central city. And the final question is connected with enforcement. I witnessed a situation just a couple of weekends ago during a protest where a person with an opposing view had a very menacing dog with them in the octagon, and the police officer attending was unaware of the bylaw, unaware that the dog shouldn't have been there, unaware of who enforces it, which, well, I thought was kind of interesting. And the other question around enforcement is I have witnessed in the outer areas of Dunedin, on the beaches, and so let's take Taironi for example, just example, with the concern about wildlife, that some of the beaches you're able to walk through on the pathway. People ignore that entirely, but there's no enforcement. We don't have people out there enforcing it. So how does all that work as well? So it's a question about enforcement. I just want to understand that in terms of the hearing and the submissions.
So we operate mainly on a request for service basis. If we receive a complaint about a particular area or a dog walker, we can have our officers attend. We do have our officers out in the city doing patrols on our beaches, our reserves, as well as just the general city. Unfortunately, we only have 6 officers, so we can't be everywhere all at once. At our fortnightly meeting, we do identify areas where we've had increased complaints, or the officers themselves have noticed that there's been an increase in activity. And they add those to the list of areas to patrol or have increased enforcement if possible.
And do we have a mechanism for ensuring that the police, in our contact with them in any other way, understand our bylaws? And this wouldn't be just this one, but do we have some sort of mechanism for ensuring that?
We do regularly have complaints from police, and we do work quite closely with them. I'd be happy to follow that up further, though, if there was particular officers that weren't aware.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, a lot of what I was going to ask has been asked, but I'll try and ask some of the stuff in a different way. So going back to Councillor Benson-Pope's question about potential for reviewing, I think you mentioned Ross Creek and Woodside Glen. Would that also apply to the central city stuff? Because I, like Councillor Benson-Pope, had a lot of feedback from the wildlife community, but also the central city. So that's potentially under the same auspices. If it's a disaster, it can be reviewed.
Yes, we can flag that for the next review.
And going to Councillor Gary's questions around regulation, I have great sympathy for staff, because I mean, it's just, we just can't be somewhere all the time. We've reported this on numerous occasions over the years. We're really sort of caught, because you talked about, I think you said complaints for service, was that something like that? And I've done that numerous times, and it's a catch-22, because I come along a path every day that's got dogs on leash. I guesstimate it's 25% of dogs are off leash. Admittedly, some of them aren't a problem, but I gave up reporting it because it's just not a practicable system. By the time I get here, report it, the problem's long gone. So it is a bit of a catch-22, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, it can be a concern. We do have officers who work in mornings and evenings. So we have, for example, we've had complaints recently around cemeteries and people walking dogs off lead in cemeteries. So what we'll do is we'll pick a couple of cemeteries and have the officers on those early mornings to be able to keep an eye out. We can do that sort of thing around cycleways. Yeah.
Listen, I appreciate the difficulties, and I know it's not going to be a perfect solution. Brings me on to my final question, and nobody's mentioned this, and it's something I'm really concerned about with this, and it's been brought up to me particularly by the wildlife community. I mean, our wildlife's under tremendous pressure, and I do have concerns about this, and it's around off-leash creep. And I see what's happened here is, would you agree that once you allow a dog off a leash in Area A, it creates a subconscious notion in people's heads that, and the more we do that, so we have Area A, B, C, D, E, if you didn't have any of that and you start doing an A, B, C, when people go into Area D that may be on leash, there's some thinking in their head, and this is the concern I get expressed to me by the wildlife community, the more spread out we get of off-leash when they are in a non-leash area. And to the credit of dog owners, every dog owner, I think, thinks their dog's the best dog in the world. I think that's a psychologically correct thing to assume. So have you considered, or did the committee consider off-leash creep?
Councillor Ackland, you know to answer then.
I'll get that. Absolutely. And one of the biggest challenges that we had was there are off-leash areas but you can't get to them without the dog being on leash. But what happens in practice with a lot of people is that they pull up, they park their cars in the parking areas, they open up the doors and the dogs are gone, and the owners catch up with them, 5-10 minutes later. And bottom line is that's not acceptable. But we don't have the enforcement availability. We even talked about CCTVs and footage in certain areas so that we can actually go back and potentially hold people to task, or take people to task over not doing it properly. But at the end of the day, we don't have those resources, and it's just very, very disappointing that dog owners that are taking their dogs to a place that they can run around off leash, but have to go in through on tracks and things like that whilst on a leash, that those rules are not being abided by. So, yeah.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Obviously, lots of things here for debate as when we get into that point. Just wanted to go back to the limit of 6 dogs and professional dog walkers. When do you think you'll have a permit in place or a permit program in place? And what do you think, based on the evidence you saw through the submissions, how that would look?
So we would aim to have the permit system in place on the date of resolution, which is the 5th of May. We would then have a bit of time for people to be able to apply. We wouldn't jump straight in with enforcement. We definitely try and have an education first approach. We haven't finalised the permit, but talking with the officers and looking at the feedback from the submissions, we'd probably have it quite similar to our kennel permit for multiple dogs, where the person applying would need to identify the number and type dog information details, so that all the dogs would need to be registered. The person would need to be able to demonstrate their understanding of the bylaw and the Dog Control Act, their responsibility as a dog owner or the person in control of the dogs, to be able to demonstrate that they have control of however many dogs that they've applied for. We would probably have some sort of education component with an animal control officer, and then some sort of review system in place if the number of dogs that they have changes, to be able to come back and review that.
So as an owner of a dog, 2 dogs, 4 and 1, in using professional dog services, we chose the company we chose because they specialise in dog behavioural services as well. Is that the type of thing of looking after those good companies rather than the fly-by-nighters that just sort of thought, okay, I'm going to start a dog walking business tomorrow and put a poster up on a lamppost? So essentially where these people have come into the industry with prior qualifications.
Our aim is really around that public safety and just encouraging the control of dogs. As a dog owner, if you are using those services, we'd probably encourage you to check that your dog walker has that permit, because it means that they have demonstrated that they have that knowledge and control and understanding. We wouldn't necessarily put a professional qualification requirement on it because of all the people that are just walking their own dogs or walking, their friends' dogs as well.
But if someone is doing that as a professional service, then versus just walking a friend's dog, I'm trying to get an understanding of that, because essentially when this was first presented, it was about the professional dog walking services. Am I correct in that?
The complaints that we receive are just around people with multiple dogs. That may be more people who are professional dog walkers, but there are going to be people who are just walking for their friends. We don't always know if someone is a professional dog walker or not when we get a complaint.
Okay. I'm just thinking the different narratives we went through that process, because I remember raising that right at the start of the bylaw when it was first introduced, that we were going out to submissions and appointing the committee. That was the major concern, was the professional, or the people that were creating income from walking dogs, and the ability to control those dogs. Was that not the case?
I'm afraid I'm not completely familiar with the very first time that was raised. Our focus has really just been anyone who's got multiple dogs out walking. The majority of those people are going to be dog walkers based on the feedback we got, but there could be other people who are walking multiple dogs and don't have them under control.
Dunedin has a very high ratio of dog owners per population. What percentage are we looking at roughly that are the problem children of our dog owners? I got a feeling it's like only a very low number, like 3%. Would that be about right?
So last time I checked, we had 24 dog owners who had more than 6 pet dogs.
No, I'm just talking in general of dog ownership. Sorry, I'm just talking in general of dog ownership, not of the pack walkers.
I'll jump in there if I can. I think I know where you're coming to, or what you're looking for. The reality is we don't have those sorts of numbers, because you're asking, how much, what sort of percentage of the dog owners are, as you say, as your words, problem child. Well, we haven't got enough enforcement to be able to be at all places at all times to actually really know that. And from the feedback that we got through submissions, and your suggestion it was 3%, I think it's a lot higher than that. And really through this process, there was not really anything that we could do that was going to easily improve the situation.
Okay.
Councillor Houlihan.
Oh, thank you. I was just going to, just to clarify the situation on Woodford Glen. Basically, at present, as the law stands under the dog bylaw, dogs can be off lead in that area with the exception of paper roads. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the current rule.
And under the change, what has been changed is that the paper road area that is now allowed to be off leash. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the proposed change.
And can I clarify that the difficulty with the paper road area was that staff didn't know where they began and started, so dogs could be already on those paper roads, but we don't know because we don't know where they are. Is that correct?
More the general public, when they're in that area and they're walking in the area, it's hard to tell.
The people don't know where the paper roads start and finish, and so walk on them anyway?
Yes, potentially.
I've just got a question following on from Councillor Wiley's questioning about the dog walkers, and I know in the report you talk about looking at other councils and best practice. So is the idea of limiting that to 6 dogs, is that what other councils have, where they've landed on the number? Is this where you've landed on the number and the permit situation?
A number of other councils are looking at limits. Tauranga has a limit of 4 and 2 off-leash. In our proposal, we proposed 6 with maximum of 2 off-leash. There was a lot of feedback that 2 off-leash wasn't popular, or people disagreed with that. But quite a few also agreed with the 6, that was appropriate. So that's what our proposal was, and we did scan other councils.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Thank you for that. And Councillor Ackland has indicated that he would like to move the resolution. Do we have a second, Councillor Mayhem?
I was told that I had to.
Yes, I think I told you that as well. Would you like to speak to the resolution, Councillor?
I will move the resolutions on as per the audit paper, and I think really in speaking to it, I pretty much covered that off when we first started this whole discussion, and quite simply, we were going through the process of taking on board what submitters were saying and trying to align that with what was being consulted on, and as per the report and the recommendations that we've made, that's where we've gotten to. Again, I'll just stress that every particular item or area that was being consulted on, safety and the protection of wildlife were the two key drivers for us. And as I also said before, like most things that council does, you poke it here and it's going to pop out somewhere else, and that's certainly the case here as well, because some people obviously aren't happy with some of the recommendations that we've put forward, but we had to deal with this process and the review as per required.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I'm slightly conflicted on this one because I'm always one to try and back the decision of a hearings committee that we ultimately approve. And Councillor Ackland is correct, actually, when he stated that we don't have a dog problem, we have a human problem. And unfortunately, that's a relatively concentrated amount of naughty humans. And I'm conflicted on this one because there's a number of recommendations I do fully support, but there's a number I'm uneasy about or against. And I appreciate if I would leave the mover that we take a couple of some of this stuff separately at the end. I definitely support the displaying poo bag rule. That was ridiculous. I mean, just madness. So well done on changing that. I mean, it's almost analogous to asking drivers to drive around with the license plate glued to your head. It's ridiculous. And also I support retaining some of the current rules on beaches that potentially and really frighteningly were going to be overturned, such as Purakanui and Te Reone, and extremely important decisions, by the way. And also finally, adding wildlife to 14.2.2 makes complete sense. I am uneasy, however, and against some of the proposals, and I'm not so sure about the proposal, whatever the limits actually, around allowing dogs onto the Oxton, Princess Street, George Street between the Exchange and Knox Church. And I think when the complaints start rolling in, and I think they will, whether that's people who are fearful of dogs not going there, sadly and hopefully not attacks. That's, fingers crossed that doesn't happen. And of course, encounters with dog poo. This one will probably need to be revisited, and I hope it doesn't happen. But I think if those things do happen, we need to revisit this one. And just remember, it's not just poo, because poo is a visual reminder. But also dogs pee with impunity, actually, and that also has consequences to the health, particularly for children who end up playing around in it. And of course, the visual amenity and enjoyment of an area like the central city that we've worked so hard to make look great. And I'm just a great believer in that the current situation works while change it. I'm also uneasy with undoing any current regulations that may in any way impinge on our already under pressure fauna, and they are under pressure. The vast majority of dog owners I know are law-abiding and obey the rules, but again, as I mentioned earlier, there's a few that don't, and they have a disproportionately devastating impact and effect on our native wildlife. And I think just some of the changes in here have the potential to exacerbate the current situation, a situation I see every day. I'm down at the Dunedin Wildlife Hospital, unfortunately. For example, it looks great on paper, around in the regulations for Ross Creek to state, and I'll quote, off leash excluding reservoir track, which remain on leash. But in reality, as we were talking about earlier, once you create a sense of off leash, whatever signage you have will often not impel the releasing of dogs in restricted areas, and again that generally is those less caring owners. And I see this happening all the time in supposedly restricted areas across the city. I see it every day actually, and that this does create what I was talking about earlier, that thing that is sort of off leash creep. So I do thank the committee for your work. Dog control bylaw stuff is fraught. It's one of the ones you want to steer away from. But I do remain uneasy and concerned on behalf of current users of a central city and, of course, as mentioned, are already under pressure wildlife. Thanks.
Councillor Wetherell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, I wish to thank the committee for its recommendations to the old dog control bylaw. I am pleased myself and other responsible dog owners will no longer have to break the bylaw by having their beloved four-legged friends with them in and around the city centre. The proposed changes will be great for responsible dog owners, and it will add to the inclusive vibe we want to have in our city. Bunnings, Mitre 10, Nichols and Brent Witherell Jeweller, to name a few, agree with the benefits that animals bring to retail. And I'm sure many more will accept the new norm in the near future. And yes, Councillor Walker, you're right, I do own the best dog in the world. And Teddy is most definitely looking forward to more sniffs of his own kind more often to brighten up his daily routine. I'm also a fan of having dogs on leashes in dunes to protect wildlife and around farmland to protect animals in their natural habitat. Blanket bylaws will always be contentious at times. I will be voting for option 1 to accept the common sense recommendations to the dog bylaw, yet I feel further consideration of concerns need to be listened to and considered on a case-by-case basis going forward. Between now and the next review, 10 years is a very long time for people that may have a grievance. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. People are very passionate with their views, and particularly pertaining to their fur babies. We heard from everyone and some very differing opinions about what was good and what was bad in this bylaw. There was a lot of mention around Woodside Glen that we covered off, as Councillor Ackland pointed out. What we were addressing there was just around the unformed legal roads. And with Ross Creek, the largest number, 37 comments, I'm hoping that better signage will make it clear that dogs must be on leash in the reservoir area. There was a lot of mention around the nuisance of retractable dog leads, that they are very hard to see visually, and that there was some question of how much control you have of your dog when the retractable dog lead is metres long. So really it's a trust model. We expect dog owners to be responsible and to do the right thing. For me, being in control means that your dog should be within your sight and within your reach also. We're hoping that improvement to signage will reinforce those rules around on and off leash. And I just want to point out there was a lot of advocacy for protection of wildlife, and you can see that it raised suggestions around other areas, beaches mainly, that should be considered on leash for the future to protect our wildlife. And that was either side of Pitakanui, reaching over to Doctor's Point, all of Long Beach and extended areas, anywhere that wildlife was present, because we do take incredible pride in this being our wildlife capital. But the lens that we were looking at was creating more off-leash areas as requested by dog owners for their dogs' recreation. The bottom line is dog owners are meant to be in control of their dogs at all times. As Councillor Acklin alluded to, we've requested that dogs be on leash from the car park through the dune areas for that reason that, you don't know what the dog is up to when it's out of sight. And with regard to the Octagon, South Dunedin, Princess Street, the exchange areas, we allow dogs everywhere else in the city. We have dog owners who are living in apartments in Moray Place and Lower Stewart Street areas. They came and spoke to us and said they have to avoid travelling home via the Octagon because of this one small area where the dogs are not allowed to be. Everywhere else in the world, dogs can travel on buses and trains, and they're a part of everyday life. Some people like to take their dog to work or to their place of business. And who are we to say that you can't do that? I'm the owner of 3 small dogs, and I never let my dogs off leash, not because they're naughty and they'd run away, but I'm actually worried about bigger dogs and how they might behave. So again, I just want to point out Dunedin is a city of many loved and cherished poochers, and let's just hope that other dog owners will be responsible and take seriously their responsibilities to all of us and to our wildlife in the area. I hope that these decisions are improvements, and we can always look at it again in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Gehring.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as colleagues were talking, I have in really clear memory outside a primary school in our city, a white fluffy kid magnet standing beside its owner on leash, calm, controlled, and then suddenly it leapt and grabbed a child's face in its jaw. And it was unprovoked, and it was sudden, and it was on leash. And I've never forgotten that. I also, in my mind, was thinking about 3 Saturdays ago, during the Palestinian rally, when a member of the public who had an opposite view, intimidating our Palestinian community with a menacing dog that barked, and it was on a leash. So I don't share your confidence, but I do appreciate that for many people their dogs are beloved family members, and I too have experienced that with a beloved dog in our family that's no longer alive. I share Councillor Walker's conflicted feelings around this, given I too appreciate the work done by the hearings panel, and I appreciate the recommendations made because you're the ones who heard all the submissions. However, I don't agree that this provides an inclusive vibe. As somebody with a family member with a disability, it is a real ongoing concern, and for our elderly folk around balance. We had it with the scooters, and we will have it with the dogs. Dogs sometimes behave unpredictably, as I've just described. They can be on leash and somebody can be startled, or they can trip around those long leashes. So I don't think that's terribly inclusive at all, and people with disabilities move around all over the city. So I'm in a bind. I will work out how I'm going to vote, but I am truly angst about this, in particular the central city proposals. I appreciate that the committee paid attention to the wildlife capital of New Zealand aspect of our city, and that there is an on-leash requirement in some areas there. So that's good. I'll leave it there.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. As I said, Frankie is 4 and Benny is just turned 1. And they absolutely love their adventures when they go off and get picked up. And actually that's been great for the 2 dogs. It's basically taught them behaviour and pack support, which my wife and I could never have done. They just absolutely have a great time. And if anybody wants to see the videos, I can show them because they get videoed every time. Yeah, but even better, they have for a new dog they put a tracker on them, so they if they do decide to take off, they can easily be found. And this, what I'm trying to get at, is actually there are some very good dog owners in town, and there are some very good dog companies in town that take the dogs and basically look after them. So when I went through and I quickly picked up the dog control stats we have from the Customer Regulatory Committee meeting on the 17th of September, Dunedin has 18,552 registered dogs. That's registered dogs, so there is more. When you pick up the numbers of dangerous dogs and menacing dogs, that doesn't even add up to 2% of all dogs. And I would say most of the menacing and dangerous dogs, I would say a good number of those probably aren't even registered. So when we look at this whole dog control bylaw and what the hearings committee went through, 98% of all dog owners, and I'll do a rough estimate here, love their pets and want to do the best by their pets. And I think some of us who are dog owners around this table were in that 98%. Unfortunately, some of these bylaws that we go through, no matter what they are, we're always having to factor on that 2 or 3% that we have to take account of. And that's always the challenge. I can tell you, if you're walking your dog at Tomahawk Beach, 98% of the dog owners with their dogs at Tomahawk Beach will be on top of what's going on. They will tell you when there's wildlife and where they are. They will tell you, keep your dogs on lead as you're coming as you're exiting the car park to go onto the track. They'll tell you what's taking place. And even if there is no wildlife, especially at this time of year, they'll tell you, actually the beach is clear, it's free to go. The 2% are the ones that cause the problems. They're the ones that chase the penguins, they're the ones that chase the seals or the sea lions, or basically go up to them over and over again. And I can tell you, I've seen it time and time again, many of the good dog owners will quickly tell those dog owners off, because they know it reflects on every dog owner. And I think that's the hard part. There is no perfect area when it becomes any bylaw, as I said. But the bottom line is, I actually think when I look at what's come out of the hearings committee, and this hearing is one of the problematic ones, it always has been a challenge, so well done Councillor Ackland, Councillor Houlihan, Councillor Mayhem for going through it. I actually thought it was a lot simpler than some other years. But yeah, well done on going through it, and it is quite testing in all the different aspects you have to cover. But I think when you look at what the results are and what you've come together with, I think it reflects well on the submissions, and I actually think it shows that 98% of all dog owners in Dunedin are good dog owners, and we're not penalising the majority, we're actually focusing on the issues. Thank you.
Councillor Lafiso. Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. Tēnā koutou to the Hearings Committee and to the staff for resourcing the work of the politicians. I want to express acknowledgement that people are conflicted, and also acknowledge Councillor Gary's concerns, particularly about the menacing dog that was brought along by a person who has expressed expressing an opposing view, a pro-Israel view to the Palestine action, solidarity action, and while I do appreciate there's only a great minority that's of so-called humans whose dogs misbehave. I just want to acknowledge that the Palestinian whānau, their experience of dogs, of course, in Gaza and elsewhere in Palestine, is the use of Israel's military dogs and at checkpoints. And so I would just I would just acknowledge that while we're talking about the
point of order. Sorry.
My point.
We are talking about our dog policy and bylaw.
Yeah, I'm just saying that when we're talking about the individual rights of dog owners and the dogs, I just want to. Oh, sorry.
Maybe I'll just take an adjournment for a minute, please. Second to Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried.
Just want to say that there are people in our community who are, are residents and ratepayers too, and some of our considerations just have to take into account their experiences. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Eklund, would you like to your right of reply?
The first thing I'd like to do, Madam Chair, is just find out how we can move on with the resolutions that are up there, whereby some councillors have expressed concern about one or two parts of the overall suite of recommendations, and I'm just where I'm coming to is quite simply that. Do we need to do something before we do this? Because this is really an overall, capture of everything that we have to confirm or otherwise. But if there are one or two parts to the recommendations that we've made that people may want to change, is there a way to go about
that? If I can let Councillor Walker answer that, because he was the one who alluded to that.
Yeah, I brought it up. All I would simply request is we take A and B separately and C, D and E. So A and B together and then C, D, E together.
Are you happy with that, Councillor?
If everyone's happy with that, that's fine. I don't see that sort of changing.
A and B together and then C, D and E together. Okay.
So just as a right of reply, I totally take on board where Councillors Walker, Gary have gotten to in relation to the central city, and it is a very difficult one to please everybody. But we saw that the weighting very much was in favour of allowing dogs to be in the central city, but very much under control to the extent of the leader not being left alone. I also acknowledge the challenges with those leads that allows the dog to take off, and then all of a sudden you've now got a skipping rope of sorts there to trip people up, and that is challenging as well. Councillor Wiley, I'm not quite sure of the point that you were making when you said that 2% of our dogs are menacing / dangerous when you out of the dogs that we know that are registered, but then you said that the majority of menacing or dangerous dogs aren't registered, so we actually don't know that number. And so I would suggest that it's perhaps a lot more than 2% of the dogs out there. And I suppose really just in summary, I would like for dog owners just to be far more aware of their responsibilities and obligations, and that we as a council are doing the best that we can to allow for spaces for dogs to be off leash, and at the same time protecting residents and wildlife. Thank you.
Okay, I will put part A and B together first. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And then I'll put C, D and E together.
Division, please.
By division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Yes.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Aye.
Carried 9-4.
Thank you. I think as the next item is a parking item, which I'm sure will invoke lots of discussion, I suggest that we adjourn for lunch now. And second to Councillor Walker, returning, no, not 1 o'clock, 1:30? 1:30. Okay, I'm returning back at 1:30 for parking. Thank you. Thank all those in favour. Against? Motion carried. The meeting's adjourned. Councillor Benson Pope.
A question about the status of the Cagney report. That's an updated version of the 21 report, is it, or is it the original? It's dated 2024, but the original one was 21, I think.
That's correct. It should have been 2021, so if it's got a 2024 date, there will be a mistake. I'm sorry.
Councillor Barker. Oh, sorry. Councillor Barker.
Did we widely advertise the fact that the 50 cents credit card fee was removed? Because I don't use the parking meters because I'm terribly Scottish Presbyterian, and I'd always thought there was that 50 cents when you use a credit card, so that has been removed, and hasn't it?
Yeah, it was part of a piece of legislation for the Retail Financial Services Act, and I might have got that slightly wrong, which said you can only charge a fee that recovers the cost of doing the business. So we took that fee away because it was just a generic flat fee, but I don't believe we actually advertised it. We might have made a noting on the website, but we didn't make a big deal of it.
Oh, because I think it's a big point about making it easy for people to use parking and not have to find their coins, because that was a barrier for me using my credit card. It was quite expensive. Now, my question is around the parking management policy, because we've got a bunch of things that have been done, but when I look at and read it right through about the parking management policy, it sort of said, page 139, if no clear parking policy guidance exists, decisions in parking around parking management can become ad hoc reactive, and then parking policy effective means of avoiding ad hoc decision making, and then there was a process on page 145. So I'm just thinking about the cart and the horse thing, about getting the parking management policy done as that overarching document. So I just wonder, is because there's talk of a parking strategy, and then the report refers to the parking management policy. So can you just unpick that for me a little bit, please?
Sure. So it's a program of work to improve parking across the city. And we've only got a very, very small team working on it at the moment. So we had poor technology, poor data, as well as the policy we had put in place in 2009, which hadn't been effectively implemented. So our approach was to, and this was following the MR Cagney recommendations, to put in place the new parking meters, which gave us better data and would be a foundation for better technology in the future, because you can't, say, for example, have license plate recognition enforcement without those. And then in 2023, we just tidied up the zones a bit because they were really quite difficult to understand. And we were very busy at that time because we had the George Street and the Enabling Works regulation, we had speed management plans. So it was all we really could accomplish. And then now we're moving into getting the license plate recognition systems in place, the enforcement systems, because that actually gives us a means to ensure compliance with our parking restrictions. And we're working through the high-level strategic direction for the policy now, which we'll have hopefully ready by the end of this financial year. When we consult on that will be a question for when that's appropriate. The policy, the government's changed quite a lot, so a lot of the things that we would have put in the policy some time ago, whether we're focused on mode shift and vehicle kilometres reduced, we're having to take that out and just make it a much more generic policy to bring to you for your consideration.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the principles about the policy, and it just says relevant principles include prioritise public space to deliver the highest value, efficiently use space, dedicated parking, ensure parking supports a quality urban form, and then there's some principles about prioritising public space, the same ones. And I just wondered, it's just that, as I said, the chicken and the egg thing about that we're going to be going into making decisions for the long-term plan about actually having those priorities. So when we're balancing out, well, is this the best use of money? Have we got the policies here? Because often we descend into having little discussions about stuff that might not be necessarily the highest value. And I completely understand why the choices have been made so far. It's just about having that policy in there in order to, or some guidance document in order to help us make decisions during the long-term plan about the prioritisation of the budget.
I think what's before you in the parking work stream is the capital we need to have the tools to make the strategy work when it comes into place. Because a lot of the strategy will relate to when do we bring in restrictions, when do we bring in parking charging. So I don't think we need, I think the policy will give direction and then we'll be able to enact that through council's decision at the time.
My next question is just around, there's a whole bunch of capital stuff which in the 24-25 700,000 and the next year 800,000, and that's all the capex, and I just wondered if there's either operational, is it saving money or is it costing money? So we're putting this stuff in, and are there, so say like next year for the $800,000, is there associated OPEX with that, or is it actually going to save us money?
So some of the work from the capital, some of the operational costs will be capitalised through the project to deliver the capital. So in 24-25 we've allowed $500,000 of capital to deliver the parking enforcement system. We're out for procurement for that now. We'll make a decision in December or January. There's a lot of business integration work and a lot of technical work that will come in once we choose a provider, and that'll be capitalised work, but it'll be operational work that is capitalised. And similarly for the wayfinding systems, they are large bits of capital, but there'll be operationalised capital attached to that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we're using a sledgehammer to solve what is the size of the problem that we're looking to solve through spending capex and opex. That's just my trying to understand it, and also to put it in context of what we spend on our staff for parking enforcement, etc., and the money that's coming in. Because when we're looking at our monthly budgets, our parking's a bit dire. Quite frankly, we've got a big hole in that budget. So I just wonder if putting this stuff in there is actually going to help us financially.
Transport doesn't view it as a financial deliverable. We view it as sort of managing the roads and managing the policies. But generally speaking, particularly for the licence plate recognition systems, councils find it much easier to enforce parking, and that will generally imply a greater compliance with restrictions and paid restrictions.
Councillor Houlihan. Thank you. Following on from those questions, because I had similar questions to that. Firstly, though, just will we take down the parking meters? I assume they'll go if we transfer over to a licence recognition system, will they?
No, they will remain. So people will pay at the meters, but the licence plate recognition system is how we'll enforce payment.
There'll be a different meter, though. Will there be a same meter?
In 2022, we upgraded the meters to be capable to support the system.
Thank you for that. And so I just didn't think we got an answer around the question Councillor Barker was asking. So if we go to the licence plate recognition, what operational costs will we no longer have if we do that? I'm trying to work out, like Councillor Barker, where the savings are with it, what the benefit is.
Yeah, so Councillor, nothing that we've initiated as part of the parking work has created operational cost. So we're always looking for, through the licence plate recognition, looking for efficiencies in either the way people work, and efficiencies in how they work from a safety perspective as well. So we're not creating any additional operating costs by installing any of the equipment.
But are we saving any money?
I might pick this up if I may. With any bit of equipment, software, there will be some ongoing operational cost. I think what Ms Benson and Mr Spears have pointed out, that there'll be efficiency gains on other ends, and one of those things is we're already seeing now. So the upgrade to the parking meters has shown us that we need fewer meters because people don't have to return to their car with a little bit of plasticky paper. So we've reduced the number of meters. The meters are no longer need printers inside them to print the tickets, and we no longer need the tickets themselves, the rolls of tickets. So the high-level estimate since we upgraded those of operational cost savings is around about $100,000. and I'm leaning on Mr. Spears here, who told me that the other day. So with technology comes some operating cost, but the efficiencies are found elsewhere, and those savings might be in other departments' budgets. So if that makes sense.
So once we've got the number plate in there, and if someone goes off and say they didn't pay afterwards and go back to the meter, can we follow up with that and send them a bill to the, because you've got their licence number, I assume. Is that the case?
I can't be too specific because we're still doing the procurement, but other cities have moved to a model where the infringement is posted out as opposed to put on the windscreen, but we haven't made any decisions yet.
Thank you. And so in this report, can you tell me what things actually benefit people in finding parking? The Wayfinder, I think, could be really beneficial, and that's part of the bigger budget of the 9.4 million. Are you able to tell me the cost of that? Because it states in there will just come in the 9-year plan, but when we've got to be thinking now, we're thinking what's in that plan, how do we budget, what can we cut, what can we keep in, what sort of cost are we going to have for that?
So through this program of work, we're taking that $9.5 million and making it down to about 2.5 million. And for the wayfinding, we're going to fix all the static wayfinding around the city, so to make sure that we have all the approaches right to all the car parks so people can more easily find their way. And we're going to have a focus on live availability LED signs on the state highways, which are the main approaches, and that's particularly important for the hospital because in part this is a project to support the hospital and for people coming out of town trying to find out where the parking is. So that'll be the two main focuses, and then we'll be looking to see what other technology there is to deliver more cost-effective solutions for wayfinding in the city as well.
So you're saying it's no longer 9.5, it's now 2.5. Is that what you're saying for the total cost of everything in here?
Between 2.5 and 3.
What did you cut to get it down to that, can I ask?
It's decisions we've made through the project. So when we were looking at the parking meters, we could have gone out to procurement. So when the funding was scoped for the project, it was a whole refresh look at parking and what we need and all the technology. By upgrading the meters, that was a cost of about $670,000. If we'd replaced those meters, it would have been between $2 and $4 million. We haven't gone through a business case approach because there's no co-funding from NZTA for this. Simple things like we're reusing vehicles rather than buying new vehicles. And we are looking very carefully at the wayfinding because the gantries are very expensive and just trying to do the best bang for the buck through the project that we can.
Where are things at with the car sharing? Because it says that expired, and I think the time is. Can you just?
July 2024.
Or 20 years, so it's expired.
We entered into an MOU with a provider to establish car share in Dunedin. We had good discussions with them. In order to operate here, they require us to give up car parking to support their business, and that's something that we brought to you in the zero carbon package as part of the 9-year plan to consider.
That's sitting there waiting for something to happen with it. Okay, thank you. I could.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is around the paragraph number 7 on page 89 of the hard copy or 90 of the digital version around operational recommendations. It states, start reducing leased parking from DCC off-street parking sites. Is this not removing parking options by stealth? And what would we gain from this recommendation?
So this wasn't a DCC recommendation, this was an MR Cagney recommendation, so we've just published that for you. The intention of that recommendation is that if you lease a park in a public space, only one person can use that park. So whether we consider just opening up as public parking so people can, anyone who can use it on a certain day. If you look at some of the leased parking around the town, say on a Friday afternoon, there's a low occupancy of some of those car parks and no one else can use that parking because it's leased. So that was the intent of the recommendation, but we haven't actioned anything on it yet.
However, you think that's got merit by putting it in this paper?
We've just published what the recommendations are from the MR Cagney report.
Councillor Gary.
Just following that up, my question's around Parkable. So Parkable is the app that I mentioned to you that's for Fern Farm users for its leased car parking, where staff are able to check over beginning of a day whether the car park, any of the leased car parks are available because someone's away out of town on business and so forth, or sick that day, and then they can book that in and use it on the day. Have we looked into that? Is that the kind of technology that you're thinking about in relation to parking availability generally? I know that's a very specific app, but that's the kind of thing that can be done to indicate availability really simply.
Yes, that's the kind of technology, or we could develop our own app, or there's already existing apps in the market. So, we'll do a piece of work to evaluate those going forward.
And I hear that's very successful in the case of Silverfern Farms. And secondly, do we have any figures on how many people use pay as you park? And while it does use credit cards, it's a particularly convenient way for people to update their parking so they don't get a ticket, it doesn't cost them and so forth. Any views on that? I certainly found that a particularly good piece of technology.
That's more a question. We do have those stats, but that's more a question for parking operations who could provide that to you, and I can follow up.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the report. It's really very readable and understandable and on point as ever. My question was around the car share stuff, because I've often asked questions about where that stuff is. And I was surprised to read that the MOU had lapsed. So, two-part question. The fact that the MOU has lapsed, does that mean it's now off the table? Second part of the question is, I was surprised to read about the car parking requirement, because that would be a normal part of any car share. I would have been, is there any concern that the viability of a car share would, for Dunedin, would be more around the critical mass of people and actually our psyche? It's not really a city that's yet ready for, I mean, we're talking about a city, it's not ready for buses, but not ready for that sort of techie application yet. But
I may answer the first question. So the company that we entered into an MOU with does require the waiving of fees, parking fees or leased parking, given the constraints on our operational budget at the moment. We felt that was not appropriate. It could be considered as a grant to support a business, and there is another business in town that said they would be up and running fairly quickly with no cost to council. So we will bring that to you to make a decision on as part of the carbon zero packages, to see whether you're interested in reducing parking revenue to allow car share to take place. So that'll be something that you can decide on rather than staff.
Before we go to the second part of the question, and we can forget it if you want, but just on that, and again, I'm just looking at other cities, and particularly ours. We have a lot of, and you'll agree, a lot of underutilised paid parking in the city. So there's always an opportunity to better utilise that by offering that up. Or was it the case that they wanted prime central city parking rather than some of our quite extensive underutilised parking spaces? Just die for the answer.
There are different car share models, but what we were looking at was a back-to-base model, where they would need to establish in certain locations around the town where they've got a certain mass of customers that they can access. And that by nature is, I won't say premium parking, but it's well-placed parking in the city, and that's part of the consideration.
Sorry, and again we'll go on to the second question, but again when I was in Europe, what had happened there is a lot of businesses themselves had offered up parking spaces for the pay by park scheme because they saw that as a benefit to them. Have we had that discussion with business?
We have had that discussion with some other organisations, and that's potentially possible, but they have indicated that they would probably need us to also be stepping in and doing something with our own parking to support the establishment.
I'll remind you of the second question. In terms of and I thought long and hard about this, the viability of such a scheme in Dunedin. Is it still the case if we go ahead with this, the risk would accrue to the company, not so much us?
Yes, that's our belief. I mean, it's a commercial decision, and it's a decision for council if we support it.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. I know it's a comprehensive report, but it's fair to say, isn't it, the Marcagni report, that two of the observations they make are that we've actually got quite a lot of parking for a city the size, and it's also too inexpensive.
So in terms of the parking, they did make that statement in the report that they consider we have a lot of parking relative to size, and they certainly indicated that we should look at parking, which is what will come up in the parking strategy, is how we price the parking to manage occupancy to the city's objectives.
My second question, because it's, after all, the reason for the decision about the wayfinding. Are we now getting better information from the two Philil Street parks now that they have number plate recognition on their entry? In terms of what's available?
So Great King Street is the one we put it into first, and we're getting very good information out of that. We've put we're putting license plate recognition to buildings, which is giving us the better quality information. So that's Great King Street. We do have good information on the occupancy usage of all the sites with pay-by-plate meters.
I'm asking about is the Meridian, which the park we sold and the one that was built as part of the Meridian development. We had originally had terrible, before your time, we had trouble getting detailed information about occupancy, and the staff had to walk around and count. They were just being uncooperative for their own reasons. Do we now that they've got number plate recognition on their payment system, do we have access to that information about how many parks are empty in that building?
Not directly, but we have had discussions with them, and they welcome the opportunity to work with us on the wayfinding sites and potentially put that information onto wayfinding signage and other places.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Okay, a few, mostly focusing in around apps, particularly Pay My Park. So, it's mentioned in the report that we did not receive any data from the Pay My Park app payments, although it's understood, yada, yada, yada. Do we know the reason why that information was not available? Is it that it wasn't there, that they were reluctant to pass it on, or wouldn't pass it on?
Property's doing quite a big piece of work to improve the availability of data. So they're getting information from Pay My Park now, and they're building a dashboard around it. The challenge, as it was last time I saw it, is it's not real-time information, so it sort of comes in a bit late. But they're working on that, and they might have made some more progress.
Who owns Pay My Park? The reason I'm asking, before you, is it seems that there is quite the potential, given it's used in lots of places around the country, we're going to be having the same issues that other people are going to be having, and we're going to have the same opportunities that others are going to be having. So depending on who owned it, it seems to me fairly logical that just as when I go to Wellington, I can say, I'm now in Wellington, can I please, whatever, and do it there, that there would be the ability to integrate wayfinding and data, because you have to put in within sort of a couple of metres of where you are. So do we know who owns it and whether that discussion is had?
AD Riley owns Pay My Park. We haven't had that discussion with them. There are other parking providers in the market. Auckland Transport uses a completely different parking app, but there is potential to improve, and I think both companies are quite focused on this.
And the last question I've got for you is probably going to get me lynched by some, not around this table hopefully, because we're all very honest and law-abiding. Apps like Pay My Park have a wee thing where you pay for a certain time and it goes ba-bing, or toot, your time is done. You can then go, I need to extend, and it pops up with a wee thing, I'm told, that says, have you moved your car? at which point I'm told you can hit yes and it just believes you. Is there a way of, first of all, that happens now. Secondly, mixing it in with the LPR. If we're just going to go to LPR, how does that take into account that whole lack of moving? That you might be able to go, yes, I've moved, and you haven't, and LPR zips by it and goes, well, it doesn't know you were there and you're still there, or that you've moved 3 cars on. Just trying to... You're welcome.
I can't answer that at the moment because we're still in procurement and we don't know what the solution's going to be. LPR has the potential to look at cars and measure where they are and what they're doing, but yeah, we haven't made that decision yet.
Councillor Barker.
I take a note that the places that run car parks, the private, shall we call them, said they welcome the opportunity to work with us on the wayfinding, and I see there's $100,000 in there. So I wondered if welcome the opportunity might include some cash, because we would then be delivering some customers to their doorstep that they then make money out of. So I just wonder if that discussion's been had.
No, it hasn't. So when we talk about working with them, it's partly around when we do the static signage where we lead those signs to. And when we look at sort of live availability signage, that they could give us the data and we could put that onto the signs, but no other discussions apart from that.
Has it happened before in other cities that wayfinding has been worked in a public-private partnership?
I don't know, sorry.
It'd be helpful to know that, because we're obviously looking at investing a lot in the wayfinding, and there's benefits that are accruing to private businesses, shall we call them. So I just wonder whether that's something to explore.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just wondering, quite a few of the options, although while I love the new innovation, are in apps that I assume that you use by your phone. Don't we have a bit of isn't that a tricky one when we're dealing with people who are driving, to be working on apps to try to find a park and do things? I'm just wondering how we coincide the two things of providing a solution to a problem by giving them something illegal to do.
No, we would absolutely not want people driving and using apps. The intention of the apps is more for when people are at home and planning a trip to the city to look at what the availability is and make decisions before they leave home. They're not for driving with.
So, but the reality is, if they look before they leave home, when they get there, that park will be gone. See what I mean?
So Auckland has live availability of parking, and what they do is they sort of do a grid-based approach. So they'll show you a section of the city and you'll see a green or a red or an orange, just to get a feeling for what the parking is like. So it's not a specific park per se, but just gives you an indication of the usage.
That's what you propose for our app, is it? That they'll just see a green area or where there could be a park?
We don't know yet, because we may... Business Information Services have told us they could develop an app, or we could look in an app that already exists. It's something to consider in the next financial year.
Are we going to put, or have we already, we may already have them, I just haven't noticed, some signs outside our car parks because of now the mention of the licence recognition thing, that you know how many car parks are available? Is the plan to put up saying 5 car parks available or 10 or whatever? Is that what you're going to do?
On the car parks is probably more of a property discussion. We're looking at more of the arterial routes coming into the city, so that as people are driving perhaps down State Highway 1, they'll know whether to turn left or take a right down Strathallan to get into Thomas Burns car park or some other car park. So it's really to help people as they travel towards the city.
What will the sign say? It'll say parks here, or will it say the number?
I can't say exactly, because the procurement will start next year, but it may say, for example, Great King Street car park, and they're given availability. So it might say 140 car parks available, and then someone can decide if they feel confident that when they get there, those parks will be available.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Further to this discussion, you're confident that given there's a lag in the currency of some of the information about where parks are, you're confident that whatever system you finally choose will provide real-time information about where parks exist?
Confident for the parking buildings that we put into the wayfinding signage. Work is still to be done on the on-street car parking availability and what technology is possible.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Gary.
So is it the case that it's a combination of all of these particular strategies, or not strategies, but these particular implementations in infrastructure? So you're at home, you're going into town, and on that particular day, all sorts of things will be happening in the city. You check out where the areas are for availability of parking. Tell me if I'm going off track here. And then you get to town and you see your wayfinding signs, maybe you're from out of town, and you see where parks might be available. And then when you get there, you can pay for your park through an app. Is that how that will work? Is that how you envisage it working? It's a whole package. It's not just one part.
Yeah, it's about putting the technology in that makes the parking meters work well, that allows us to enforce the restrictions so the turnover works in accordance with our policies, and that we can display that information to people so that as they're making decisions around parking, they can know where they're going in the city, where the best places to go are. And yeah, at the moment you can already pay with an app, and that will continue to be an option.
So can I then ask whether, practically speaking, it probably isn't possible on the signs, on the live signs, but on the parking app, would it be, have you considered including where mobility parks are? Because there is an app that shows you the location of those, but if you're looking at parking, that's a really important part, and I commend the team on championing the mobility parking. I've seen a huge increase over time, and I get lots of feedback from the disability community about that.
The challenge we have with the mobility parking is we don't charge for it. So it's when people pay for the parking is when we know it's occupied. So we don't have an easy way. We could show people where the parks are, but we couldn't necessarily show them what the occupancy is.
So even including in that parking app that you might develop where the location is, I think would be really helpful, because that's complete information then. I'm sure that would be greatly appreciated.
And we have that on our website as well. So we do map all of our car parks.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Just on that last issue, is it not possible to put a sensor on the surface of the road in the park that tells you when there's a vehicle in that park?
Yeah, it's absolutely possible, and you can also use a static license plate recognition camera should we choose to do so.
That for a specific issue like the mobility ones, that might be a solution. I know there's plenty of parts of Wellington where there is a little black sensor in every park.
Wellington's actually moved away from that because when they resurface the road, it gets quite expensive. But in our procurement, we have noted that for things like sensors, we should be considering for specialist car parks.
Any more questions, councillors? Councillor Benson-Pope. Thank you. And happy to see you by Councillor Gary. Thank you for answering all those many questions. We knew that parking was going to be a joy, and it's proved to be a joy. Councillor Benson-Pope, would you like to speak?
Given how much there is, and it'd be great if we could always find it. I thank you for the report. I'd like to thank staff for the report. I remain frustrated that this has taken so long, given the timing of these original decisions. I understand there's issues around procurement and the rest of it, and I'm not blaming current staff, but the process has been an extraordinary time in gestation. And given that one of the major recommendations or observations of the consultants' report, again published here, is that we've actually got heaps of parking comparatively, and one of the main issues is finding where it is. And given the arguments we've had about George Street, which now has more parks than it did, of course, because of the configuration, I would have hoped that we could have done this faster to provide real-time information for our residents about where they can park their vehicles should they bring them into town. Not just our residents, but also visitors to the city. However, it is happening, and that can't be bad. And with so many experts around the table about matters parking, I'm sure we will have a superb outcome one day soon. I'm looking forward to it.
Any further speakers? Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm thinking that the licence plate recognition is going to save a lot of staff time and safety, as we've heard, and efficiency gain also. We've got some interesting public perceptions that we need more parks, and it's fascinating to read the statistics that we have 11,400 on-street parks. 78% of these are long-stay use. That's 2,198 on-street parking paid spaces, which is pretty high for our little city, considering that Auckland only has 2,600 parks. 52% of those parks are 4 hours or have no limit, and the DCC charges a mere $6 for all-day parking. We need to change people's perceptions and celebrate the good parts of our parking experience. I think we're doing a good job, and this fulsome report suggests that we do, and that parking perhaps is too cheap. I look forward to the establishment of a parking wayfinding package, which will make it easier for people to find those parks, and the establishment of a car share scheme here in Ōtepoti, and also the installation of some EV charging in the Great King Street car park. Thank you.
Just note, Councillor, those figures that you quoted are from the Kegney report, which are a few years old. Yeah. Councillor Wetherell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm all for looking into deliverables to support better parking management in Dunedin City. However, it concerns me the Kegney report states the impact of 64 car parks lost with the city upgrade project as being negligible is very concerning, to say the least. Parking needs should simply come down to supply and demand, and I am reminded daily by my customers the demand is still strong, yet the supply is still very poor. Reports that compare Dunedin's parking with that of other centres means nothing to me. I'm only concerned about the availability of parking in Dunedin. People demand convenience, and when they lose easy parking options, they go elsewhere, especially in regards to retail. Unfortunately, parking options around the hospital is dire, and the requiring parking for that facility does not have an option of going elsewhere. So yes, parking management will be a good tool to have, yet it is still glaringly obvious there is still a lack of convenient parking options within our CBD, which needs to be addressed. So I'm happy to vote for this parking management update, yet we need to listen to the city's car users, and there is still a lot of work to do in this space. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, firstly, I'm very pleased to see that the cost for this has gone from 9.5 million to 2.5 to 3 million. So it's great to see that cost drop when we've got really tight budgets. So thank you very much to the staff for that, for prudently looking at that and reducing costs. Although 2.5 to 3 million is still a lot of money. So I will still say that I think that's a lot to pay for this. When this was proposed, I can remember certain councillors, and I'm looking in that direction now, who raved about the benefits this was going to have for people to be able to find a car park. Now, to be fair, some of the questions that were asked and answered during this process made it clear that there is new technology that isn't in this, but that could come out and could actually be very beneficial on knowing exactly where car parks are. At the moment, it seems to me some of the things, well, it's great for us to use new technology, but some of it will actually be a bit out of date by the time the people get to the car park or try and see if that car park is available. Although I do applaud staff and council for trying to do something around trying to find a park, because as some of us have said, there could be some parks available. The difficulty often is how to find them. So I think the signage saying there's X number of parks available, as long as that's up to date, could be very useful. So in general, I'm not as upset as I thought I would be. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Councillor Gehring.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've often talked about this issue as being around people have an unreasonable expectation of being able to park right outside the door of wherever they're going. And that might have been the case back in the 50s and 60s, but seriously, we've got to get away from that thinking. And we'll all go for the convenience, but parking a little bit further away is good for our health. And leaving the parks for those who need them. What I'm delighted about is they're finally getting on with finishing the work and completing the package of work that we decided to get underway. And so if we're really worried about parking, then let's support the staff to get on with the work that will assist us. It's a complete package, and it includes pricing and simplifying those parking zones, which that's underway, and changing the pricing. If you go to any other city in New Zealand, the cost of a car park is unbelievable if you take somewhere like Auckland or Wellington. And we're getting underway with pay by plate. We're looking at the wayfinding system. We heard about the car share, and its time will come, I have no doubt. And I just want to talk a little more about something I alluded to, this app called Parkable. And how I understand it works is, so Silver Fern Farms have leased car parks in the Distinction Hotel car park building, and they were often empty because a lot of their staff travel, obviously, for work, and then people be on sick leave. And so as a staff member who hasn't got a leased car park as part of their package, they can check their app in the morning and they can press on a button and they can book a park. It doesn't cost them anything, and they can use that park for that day, as opposed to parking on the street and paying. So it's a benefit to that staff, and it also means those car parks are full. It also means that a car park on the street is no longer used. And I understand, from what I'm told by staff at Silver Fern Farms, it works particularly well. So that's a particular application, but I have great hope that, and from listening to Mr. Spears, I'm quite confident that there will be an app that will work really well in terms of that kind of initiative. We did make a decision around lease parking, and I recall this being post-COVID, around the amount of parking tied up in lease parking and how could we get a balance. There'll be a sweet spot, and the staff will, who are the experts in this, will know where that sweet spot is. May I just again mention the work done in terms of mobility parking, and I'm really pleased to hear that will be included in considerations because there is an app, but just having that location combined with the other parking information is super helpful. And I really appreciate the work that has gone in. For a long time I've been trying to champion mobility parking through the time I've been in council. I know what a difference it makes to our disability community, and I want to thank you, Mr. Spears, in particular for all you've done. I know it isn't necessarily the most popular with business owners. I cannot understand why that would be, personally, but I know it makes a heck of a difference to those who have a disability and are able to use that. And of course the larger fines are a huge deterrent to people parking in disability car parks that should not be. So I commend the work and I look forward to progress soon on this. Can't come soon enough.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you. I was prepared to stay silent, but everyone else took the bait, so I'll chip in my bit, particularly in reaction to what Councillor Wetherall said, really. And it's not a full critique, because the complaints are real. They come from real people. But it is a supply and demand question, but the question is whether or not that supply and demand analysis is correct in the way supply and demand would work in business, for example. And for me, getting feedback from people around parking is almost akin to asking teenagers if you think the parents are cool. And my view has always been we could put 135,000 parking spaces in this city, and you know what you'd get? People whinging about parking. And that's just a human reaction, because we complain, everywhere complains about parking, but weirdly people complain less about parking in big, clogged up big cities. They complain about it here more because it's easy to drive here. It's a really, really easy city to get around, and we're lucky. It's one of the joys. It's one of the things when we survey people why they move here. It's almost top of the list. It's a really easy city to get around. I can almost guarantee leaving my house in Port Chalmers in my car and being in South Dunedin in 20 minutes. It's incredible. We are so lucky, and we're fortunate. We should almost see complaining about parking as a joy. And when it comes to business, any business, anywhere, will survive if it's one thing, if it's a good bloody business. Because people will break their backs to go there. Riverstone Kitchen's a good example. It's located in the middle of nowhere. It's packed to the gunnels because it's a good business. There's a side on down the road that closed, and its new place that's opened up still has people queuing round the corner of the street. There's hardly any parking near it. It does well because it's a good business, and there's examples of good businesses everywhere. The farmers market is packed to the gunnels also every week. Pretty crap parking down there, actually. You have to drive around and around and around to get a park, hence the reason I bike there. But it works because people go there because there's things they want. Every day when I cycle in, the way I've boringly told you this before, I pass hundreds upon hundreds of underused and underutilised car parking spaces at peak time. I've got photos on my camera if you don't believe me, because I've been told to take them. They're there and that people don't use them. But going to your point, Brent, and it's a good point, the CBD those spaces should be able to be used by people who can't walk 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes. I would be the biggest advocate, and that goes to the hospital as well. But for the majority of young, fit people who weirdly drive as a single person in 1/4 of a tonne of metal around this town, they shouldn't have such a good opportunity to do that, because those spaces should be for the people who need them. Because the parking I'm talking about is about 5 minutes away. It's cheap, it's available, it's never once been half full, so we should somehow be impelling the people who can to use the spaces available, thus making the spaces available for those people who absolutely need them. That's my piece. Thank you.
And now you've inspired me to speak, Councillor Walker. Although I am going to speak in support of Councillor Weatherall, and I do think it's about perception. And I think this Wayfinder system will overcome a perception. And I think if we want a good, vibrant city heart, and I think that since COVID and all of the disruption with the roadworks in George Street, that people's perception is that there is no available parks. And I think that having this Wayfinder equipment installed will change that perception. I'm not arguing whether there's plenty of parks or not, but we need to absolutely, if the city needs to be vibrant, and we need to be supporting their businesses, and if that means to making sure there's plenty of available parks, then that's one of the roles that the city needs to do, because if we don't have a vibrant city heart, we're in a very sad state. No other speakers. Councillor Benson-Pope, your right of reply? No. I shall then put this motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Move on to item number 14, climate change significant forecasting assumptions for the 9-year plan, and invite Mr Scott McLean and Ms Jinty McTavish to speak to the report. Thank you. We're on page 167 of your hard copy, or 168 electronically, councillors. 173 on your one. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Any opening comments?
No, happy to take it as read. Thank you.
Do we have any questions, councillors? Councillor Barker.
On page 172, paragraph 30, it talks about the DCC 23-24 emissions inventory is still subject to Audit Assurance Council. Will be updated on the results once this process is complete. When do we expect the process to be complete?
Yeah, well, through the chair, if I may, we do have an update for councillors today. So we received late last week full audit assurance, and can confirm that in the 23-24 year we further reduced emissions from baseline. They're down 29.75% from baseline, down to 59,160 tonnes CO2 equivalent. So yeah, a good news story. And just
oh, sorry.
no, in that you asked when that would come to you, so the full report will come to you on the 10th of December.
My next question is just looking at the page 181. There's the risks, legal, health and safety, and it just talks about legal, financial, reputational and strategic risk. And I just wondered about the risk of the Office of the Auditor General, given that there's a concern around greenwashing and having all of this stuff right. So what is the risk with the Office of the Auditor General? Is that in achieving a what's the word when they say that's not a good plan?
Qualified audit opinion, yeah.
So that's a risk there. Is there a fine or anything, or is it just a slap on the hand?
Yeah, I'd have to check on that, but I'm not aware of a fine.
Councillor, would you like to answer that, Ms Allen?
Yes, I'm not aware of a fine either, but as is indicated, it would be what they include in the audit report that goes in our consultation document and then in our 9-year plan.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Ms McTavish. Page 169, paragraph 6, and I was most interested that this was included, and this is around the cost to the New Zealand economy of inadequate climate action, and then climate action, hard, concise, could deliver, and the figure for benefits to New Zealand's economy. Do you have any indication of that in terms of Dunedin's economy?
I don't believe so. We have had a piece of work done to inform economic development, strategy development, but I don't think it has numbers to that effect. I would need to check.
Councillor Walker.
Not good timing. So I had a question on the OAG that's been asked, and I had a question about that. Point 6, or I had written above it for Lee's interests, but you've answered that one. But I will say having a climate change paper after a parking paper is not good for my blood pressure. Thank you.
I have a question on page 183, which is, so these pages at the back of the report are the pages that will go into our long-term plan. So it's a lot more than last year, like than previous 3 years ago. It's like about triple the amount that we had in last time when I looked at it. It was only like about a page.
I can't speak to the climate change adaptation content. Sorry, my colleague Jonathan would be the person to speak to that. But our content hasn't expanded materially, I don't think. Yeah.
Well, I've got a specific question where you talk about here on the bottom of page 183 about for DCC emission targets and additional potential impact as possible exclusion from the LGFA, opportunities for reduced costs of borrowing enabled by organisational emissions reduction effort. I was surprised that was a material concern, because my understanding that the LGFA benefit is point something of a percent. It's very, very tiny. So I was surprised to see that as a I would imagine a material risk.
If I may, through the chair, we can get those numbers to you, but it is in the order of hundreds of thousands of dollars over the term of the borrowing. So, in any given year,
it may be less material, but over the course of the plan, given the constraints that you are under, budgetary constraints, it may be a material consideration.
I think we might just need to review that wording, because in the scale of our budgets it probably may not be material.
Did you want to speak to that, Ms.
Yes, I'm happy to review this and just put some context around it.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. One of the many fascinating issues in respect of sea level rise is the question around vertical land movement in the South Island in particular, which is the reason I understand for the GPS on the Green Island tide gauge. Not much use measuring the tide of the island sinking. And there's been conflict. The last time I saw information that was quite contradictory from earlier predictions that there was significant tilting down on the east coast of the South Island. Have we got any update information about that?
I'm really sorry, that would be a question for Mr. Rowe,
I'll wait.
Any further questions, councillors? No? Thank you for your report. Is anyone wishing to move the motion? I'm happy to move. Second to Councillor Benson-Pope. Any speakers to the resolution? There being none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Motion carried. Item 15, District Licensing Committee's Annual Report to the Alcohol Regulatory and Licensing Authority. Mr West and Mr McMinkin is here to speak to the report. Thank you, gentlemen. Have you got any opening remarks for us? Right. Any questions, councillors? No questions? Silent? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Move Councillor Walker. Second to Councillor Gilbert. Do you wish to speak to it, councillor? Any speakers to the motion? There being none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Motion carried. Item number 16, DCC appeal on the Otago Regional Council representation review. Ms Sullivan is here to speak to the report. We're on page 199, or maybe different number electronically. 200. Is there anything you wish to say to the report, Ms Sullivan?
Just happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Wiley.
In reading where we're at with this, is anybody aware of what the Mayor submitted on when he presented? Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Walker.
Are we in question time? I've got a comment on this.
We're in question time.
So it's probably more of a commentary that, is anybody else aware of the fact that has anybody else heard from Otago regional councillors who are quite perplexed that when the Mayor spoke to them, none of what's in here was spoken to?
Ms Graham, I'll put you in the
What I am aware of is that our written submission was considered, and verbal submissions, but the regional councillors decided differently, which is why we have put this paper to you for you to consider whether or not you wish to appeal. Just so you're aware, we've also been in consultation at an office level with Queenstown Lakes District Council, who are also likely to be appealing.
Any further questions? Thank you, Ms Sullivan. And before you leave the table, Ms Sullivan, I would like to acknowledge all the work and effort that you've done for the council. As I understand, this is your last week with us, and there's an opportunity while you're at the table for us, I think, to acknowledge and thank you for all your efforts. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, you'll be missed, and enjoy your new home.
Very missed.
Thank you. Do we? I'm just checking the resolution. Did you indicate, Councillor, that you wish to move that, Councillor Walker? Do you have a question, Councillor Houlihan?
The way that's worded, it sounds like we have to agree whether we want to actually make the appeal or not. So, so we actually have to vote on whether we have to be asked, do we want to do it or not? Because this doesn't actually state we're going to do it.
So my suggestion would be if someone wishes to move that you appeal, then we can craft the appropriate resolution in about a minute in such a way that it gives effect to that.
Thank you, Councillor Houlihan, and secondly, Councillor Barker, that we wish to appeal the Otago Regional Council's final proposal to the representation review.
Are you happy with the draft document?
Yeah. Do you want to? We have a minute. We'll just adjourn for a minute. Just thank you. Second to Councillor Lafiso. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. We'll just adjourn for a couple of minutes just to check the wording of the resolution. Councillors has just done some editing of the resolution. It's up on the screen if you just want to check that. Both the mover and seconder, are you happy with that?
Could I just explain the reasoning? This may be quite a technical submission and the commissioners may ask quite technical questions, and so whichever elected members are speaking to it, it's probably helpful that there are staff there who can support and provide technical advice at the hearing to the Local Government Commission if required, as that leaves it broad enough for that to happen. But that's the reasoning behind it.
Councillor Houlihan, would you like to speak to the resolution?
Thank you. Yep. I think it's right that the council should appeal this decision. In my opinion, I think a lot of councillors around this table will agree that we need to maintain the number of regional councillors that we had represented in Dunedin rather than take numbers away. We want our voice to be as strong as possible on the regional council and to have a fair and reasonable representation, which we think should remain as it was and not below it. And to take Mosgiel out of the area of Dunedin or change that representation of Mosgiel when Mosgiel's clearly in Dunedin is inappropriate. So, yeah, I think we need to appeal this, and we appeal this strongly on the grounds that ORC hasn't listened to us, and we're not happy about it. We're trying to work together with them collaboratively. I think this is a really unfortunate situation. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
I strongly agree that we should appeal. This seems a little bit ridiculous. I think that everybody in Mosgiel would probably think that they were part of Dunedin City rather than part of Balclutha. So we absolutely need to appeal. I think the reasons in the letter that we've attached are very clear. There's the sense of belonging to a clearly defined area, the ability of the elected body to represent the interests of the community, and I found it very curious and probably disappointing that the Dunedin elected ORC members all voted for this motion, because they are supposed to be there to represent us in Dunedin. And I know there is a greater good, but there is also the fact that when you are elected to represent people, that you should represent them. I think there's very strong things with the community board as well. And then there was another one that the community does not accept the argument from the ORC that separate flood and drainage assets create a community of interest for Mosgiel and Balclutha. That seems ridiculous as well. And then the section 19U of the Act, I guess it's a technical bit, which notes that as far as practicable, constituency boundaries coincide with boundaries of one or more territorial authorities. So this makes no logical sense, those changes, and I do believe we need to go in strongly and try to keep our number of elected members.
I have to agree with you, Councillor Barker, and living in the Mosgiel-Torre area, I mean, I have no... I don't look to Balclutha for anything whatsoever, and I don't have any perceptual, political or functional community of interest with the Molyneux ward. And I think if we want to encourage more people to vote, to make it, it's good that the ORC are changing to STV the same as us, and if the people in Strathtorrey and Mosgiel-Torre are also voting for the ORC in the same areas as Dunedin City, any barriers taken away to getting people to vote, because we don't want them to think it's too complicated, they can't work out which system is for what. I just think we want to, that's another thing that we haven't thought about, but I think it's a very well written submission, and I definitely agree there's the flood protection assets. The people of the Torre do not have conversations with the people of Balclutha over flood protection. I think that's really pushing the envelope over there, and I'm very supportive of this submission. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I'll probably be the one going out on a limb here. So I won't be supporting this, although I do support the end part of it, because I think it's important that we, as the CEO suggested, we have more than one person representing us for complicated stuff like this. And it was disappointing that I heard from more than one ORC councillor that when on the previous submission this stuff wasn't talked about, which is perplexing. I wish Jules was here to speak to that. So I won't continue with that one. I'm also this one's always perplexed me a wee bit, because my feeling is that our brother and sisters over the ORC and us, we should be having a closer relationship, and I would have liked to have been able for them to speak to us in some way or form about why they did vote the way they did. So that perplexes me, and because I think that should work both ways as well. I think we would be pretty annoyed if they were submitting on our behalf without speaking to us on something we had voted unanimously about. So I'm just putting it out there that this supposed close relationship hasn't worked in this sense. So I'm uncomfortable with this, and And again, I've had enough feedback from ORC councillors that they're perplexed as to why we're doing this. So I think that's just something we need to note and try and make sure that we address in the future, because I think we're doing something now that they don't want. And I understand some of the underlying reasons why we want to do this, but I just think that conversation would have made it clearer for me. So I can't support this. Thank you.
Any further? Councillor Gary?
I will be supporting this, and I'll come back to that in a minute. I think the problem lies in that we made a submission, and as I understand it, the Mayor did not speak.
Point of order. Where's the evidence? We need some sort of evidence to say that this is not just hearsay, and to me that is misrepresentation.
I have read a commentary around the puzzlement of the.
Point of order. We did put we put a written submission in.
The point of order still happening.
I need to rule on the first point of order. Seconded. I'm taking a small adjournment from it. Second, Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. To be able to inform us. Thank you. You've made your point. Thank you.
However, I'll go on to say there was another occasion when I observed through a video clip that you all saw of that very thing happening, and as I understood it, this happened again. I'm happy to withdraw my previous comments, but it leads me to think that it doesn't help relationships between councils, and that is problematic in this. I don't have a problem with us having put a submission in. It wasn't accepted by ORC. That's their prerogative, and we have the ability to appeal. So, going down the avenue of appealing, I led an appeal to the representation, round representation review, to the Local Government Commission, and was successful in that. And I do think it is worth doing because it's what I believe is a fair process. It's a thorough process, and it's quite independent of the ORC. So I think this is worthwhile. I absolutely support D. I think it's really important that there is technical and practical advice around the finer points of it, because this will be very technical. And I think we have justification. We need to do the best for our community. I think the step that was missing is that the ORC councillors are left puzzled, and there's been no interaction, which there should have been in some way. And I'm with Councillor Walker in saying that we're supposed to be working closer together. There should have been some informal to and fro about why we held the view that we did and why they voted the way they did. We sometimes vote for things and people are puzzled about it. So I think that's the step that was missing. However, this is where we're at, and I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Laviso.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair, and tēnā koe to Ms Sullivan for the submission, for the draft submission. And I just, like Councillor Lucas, I mean, I don't live in Mosgiel. My mother taught in Mosgiel for a long time in the 70s and 80s, but it just jarred with me the I think it's on page 19, point 19 of the submission, where it talked about, as Councillor Lucas has said, the AORC arguing that the area Mosgiel Taiari also includes rural interests with sheep and bee farming, and even though don't have much association with Mosgiel Taiari, I know that there are strong historical and deep, relationship links to that area, and I'm sure most people living there, most residents do feel a connection with Otepoti as a city. So on that point, I do support an appeal. I hear what Councillor Walker's saying. I had a very, very brief conversation with an ORC councillor about when the process was happening, and I said, why are you proposing this? And the response was because of we need to have the right numbers of representation. And if that's there, as you can see through the report, their response, getting the numbers right in terms of how many voters are represented per councillor, I can sort of see the argument, but it's still, when you look at the historical and everyday connections that people have in the Mosgiel Taiari area with the widest Dunedin city, it doesn't make sense. So that's why I support this appeal. Kia ora.
Any further speakers? Yeah. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I think the letter that's been drafted looks really good. The comment I received back from one of the ORC councillors was that they were focused around keeping the number at 12 at the table. And actually, at our expense, that's not good enough. And I find that really frustrating because when we look at the issues and for the city, but also and a lot of the commentary that we've seen in the response we got back, especially around issues like the flood and emergency of argument, you just look at it and just shake your head. It just doesn't make sense. And I think the key thing being is that we have to have a strong representation at the appeal process and really put the case forward of exactly why Dunedin needs to have the 6 seats at the table. And I think that's going to be the important part. You know what? There's growth. That growth in other areas should not come at Dunedin's expense, and that's clearly articulated in the draft letter.
No further speakers. Councillor Houlihan, would you like your right of reply?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I think it's really unfortunate that Councillor Walker won't be supporting this. As a Dunedin City Councillor, I think the support should be for Dunedin, and that's what I will be doing in supporting and moving this motion. And hopefully other councillors will support this. Whether there's been some feedback from the odd ORC councillor about what was said at the meeting and who said it and carry on is hearsay. And if there's some confusion, that needs to come from the chair of ORC to our mayor and then fed back to us as councillors. It's inappropriate and unprofessional to have comments, oh, she said, he said, because we don't know if any of that's correct. And what I have to say to back that up is that we put in a submission, and the submission clearly said what we wanted. So if ORC councillors didn't read our submission, that's not our fault. I mean, you know, they surely, if they'd read that submission, would know that we wanted it to remain at 6. So, you know, we don't know what happened on the day and how the conversation went. So I think it's very unfair and unreasonable to attack the people when they're not even here to defend themselves over what was said. But listening to all the speakers around the table, I think it is clearly ridiculous to align Mosgiel with Balclutha. I mean, if that's going to be the case, that logic being followed, does that mean buses will come from Balclutha to pick people up from Mosgiel? I mean, ORC run the buses. Are they going to now put them into the buses from Balclutha? Is this what we're looking at here? I don't know. And if there is a flood in Mosgiel, are they going to bring people from Balclutha to deal with it? I'm not really quite sure why they would do that. But Mosgiel is a part of Dunedin, and we really appreciate the people of Mosgiel, and we're happy for them to be part of Dunedin, and we represent them. So Dunedin, Mosgiel should be in the Dunedin, represented in the Dunedin part of ORC. We want that representation back, and we think 6 is the way it should be, as fair and reasonable. Thank you.
With that, I'll put the motion, or do you want me to do all parts, or Councillor Walker, do you want me to do A to C and then D?
I'm happy with the lot, unless everybody else wants it divided up.
Councillor, well, we can do A, B, C, and then we can do D. So I'll put A, B, and C. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? No. And then part D, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. On to item number 17, director vacancy in Dunedin City Holdings. CEO Graham will speak to the report and answer any questions.
As councillors will recall, in August, we suggested that a delay in appointing to fill the vacancy was worth considering because until after the reviews of the respective companies were undertaken. Since that time, the chair of DCHL has asked if we can, as a council, reconsider that position, and has asked if council would consider going through a recruitment process to fill the vacancy that they have. And so this report seeks that approval of the process.
Are there any questions? I'm happy to second that. Sorry, Councillor Buck has a question.
Just had a quick question about the proposal of Simon Telfer of Stimulus New Zealand. So is that person Wanaka based, is that correct? And I just wonder why that person or business is named in the report.
For transparency, we've used him before. He's been very good, and the feedback we've had from everyone involved in the process has been that he's been excellent and well connected. However, if you would prefer that we go through an open market process to get someone else, then we're happy to do that. It will just add time.
Yeah, I guess that we get a bit of flack for not using people in Dunedin, so I just wondered about how that person, it's great that they're good, but how do we appoint if they got specialist board appointing skills that we can't get in Dunedin?
I'm happy to provide further detail about him, but councillors will be familiar with him from the last time that some councillors, and there was broad support and for his expertise. The councillors who were involved in the last process might want to offer an observation on that.
Councillor Gilbert, you've got a question?
So a little bit sort of further to that one, are there no recruitment agencies in Dunedin that offer board appointment processes?
There may well be. If council wishes us to go through an open market process for this, we can. That will add to the timeframes, which is also a little bit, not much. It won't add much cost depending if what recruitment company we get. He has a proven track record. That's all. But if we can, I don't know. I don't personally know. And does anyone else know? No, there are no staff here who know if there's a suitable Dunedin-based company who does this stuff. It is a particular skill set.
I think there is, who would it be? Councillor Gary, you have a question?
Chief, can I check in with you on a question? So time is of the essence to some degree. I mean, clearly the chair of DCHL is keen for this process to get underway.
They are, but if council wishes to go through and look at a recruitment process, then that's fine. and so time is. Yeah.
So time is a factor, and it is a specialist skill. Just checking with that. This is a specialist area, and there's no certainty that the person appointed that we consider, the people we consider and then appoint, will be from Dunedin either.
Correct.
So he will have networks presumably beyond Dunedin, which is quite valuable in these cases. Am I correct in assuming that?
Yes, you are correct, but it may be that there are Dunedin companies who have the same networks, but I have no knowledge of that.
Councillor Gilbert.
In terms of adding time, we're not talking about months here, we're talking about days/weeks, I would have thought, because the list of companies in Dunedin that would do it will be short. So it wouldn't take long to figure that out, I would have thought.
We'll have to do a request for proposal, go to the market, get the proposals in, have a way for evaluating them, then have a way of making that decision. So that will have to happen. So it will, and with Christmas, it will add some time. But that shouldn't be a deterrent if council wish us to go through a process like that.
Councillor Barker.
It's not speech time, but I think that we've known about this vacancy since June, and then there was a report recommending I'd operate with 4 directors. So have the board since changed their mind on this? Is that about the skill set that's available, or?
The chair in discussions has suggested that the board thinks it would be beneficial to fill the vacancy and to relook at the skills matrix, which would come back to council for input, because he believes it would be useful to have an additional skill set around the table, because Richard Thompson, who left, did bring a unique skill set that is now missing from the board.
So this has to come back to council anyway with the skills matrix in it, so that could be a parallel process to finding a consultant, because I feel that we've not been entirely transparent with the process, and so if we wanted to change the because we're moving approves commencing the recruitment process to fill the existing vacancy. But are we agreeing that the process is that which is in the papers? How do we change that if we want to change that?
You can change it to say anything you want. The recruitment process is attached to the document, and that's what would be followed.
Sorry, it's just there's a procedure. A procedure attached, but there's the proposal is that that's different from naming Simon Telfer of Stimulus New Zealand. So if the process is going to be that we went to the market to find a recruiter, how do we give that direction?
Just need to resolve what you want, councillors.
Yeah, I was going to suggest we have an adjournment just to do some wording.
You've already got a motion up on the board that's been moved and seconded, so you have to deal with that first.
So we have to.
You can amend it. We can. Carried. I'll have to do that when I come back.
make the choice of recruitment agent. Well, normally this
advisory panel is the mayor, the chair of finance, the CEO, and the chair of Dunedin City Holdings.
yes,
Correct?
and maybe the deputy mayor. I can't remember. I have to check.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I've lost my
whoever it
place
is.
now. Are we happy with that? Knowing what the feel of the meeting is that we're looking at preferring local. We want the best person for the job, though. Rewording of that.
I would rather someone else moved it.
Okay, I'm happy to move it. Second, Councillor Gilbert, thank you. Is there any questions? Sorry, that had already been moved.
Chair, it's something procedural, yeah, exactly.
Oh, sorry, procedurally, Councillor Houlihan had already.
The mover and seconder of the original one will have to withdraw.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Would you like to withdraw your original motion, Councillor Houlihan?
Yes, that's what I said, yes.
Sorry. Or do we? And we need. Can we have a show of hands at the meeting that's happy to withdraw the original motion? Thank you. That motion's carried. Thank you. And then I'm happy to move the new wording. Second to Councillor Walker. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gilbert. It was. Sorry. And I think it's, I understand the feeling of the meeting that it would be worthwhile going to market and identifying an independent recruitment agency to assist with this process. And I think in reflection, when we had the report back in July or August, after the vacancy left by Mr. Thompson, that I had thought that we were then back on the right number for Dunedin City Holdings, having known that previously we had taken on an extra one, but I hadn't appreciated that extra one was for when the chairman retired, that filled his vacancy. So I had reflected on that and had commented to the CEO that I thought that we possibly had made a mistake, that they were running light. And bearing in mind that since the decision made about Aurora, which was also something that we considered in the time when we made the other decision, is whether the workload of the board would be as much if council had decided to sell Aurora. So I totally support the Dunedin City Holdings coming to us and asking for an additional director. Any further speakers to the motion? There being none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. You're against? Thank you, Councillor Houlihan. Item number 18, I'm happy to move the appointment of additional member to the Hearings Committee. Second, Councillor Acklin. Anybody wish to speak to the motion?
Is he any good?
All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Item number 20, proposed event road closures. Happy to move. Second to Councillor Wiley. Anybody wish to speak to the motion? There being none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Motion's carried. I now resolve to exclude the public pursuant to the provisions of the Local Government Information and Meetings Act. I have a seconder, Councillor Walker. All those in favour, please say aye. Yes. Against? Motion's carried. We'll just take 5 minutes. Do we need staff still?
Unless you just.
I don't think we need.